manipulation. That's all I have been doing. I have just, because I understand how this works and how object, like I've learned now how object like orientated code works and the best way to manipulate it to make it work at its most efficient and everything like that. Or at least I'm getting there, I should say. I'm nowhere near there. I don't want to say I'm anywhere near there. I'm getting myself there. I'm really heavily trying to keep myself into that mindset, which is like short structured code, small lines, nothing over 75 to 100 lines, and just very short statements here and there. And if you want to have more lines, it's just going to be variable placing or setting and such like that. And if you can figure that out and you don't have to, hold up. And you can figure out exactly how to format that, you're just going to have beautifully efficient code. You want to do everything you can to never call the script, but sometimes scripts are needed when you have hundreds of lines of code that you need to write, and it just works better out of a script being called on occasion. I'm completely avoiding that, though. I haven't made a single script. I haven't made a single damn script. Everything is object, and it's object-based, and it's coded within the object. There is no script calling or anything like that. There's parent calling, but that's it. Parent calling is fucking fine. It's very efficient. Like for me, the thing that costs the most in my game now, there's two things that cost the most in my game. That's... Here's my steps. I don't have steps here. I like that. There's two things that cost the most in my game right now. That's this right here. This line of code. This is my second most use. Is this. This is roughly like 7% of my steps or something like that. And that's only because it's checking every single step, and there's 1,800 rounds a second being fired. So here we are. You know. And then the other one is this right here. This is the other bit right here. This is the most expensive line of code that I have in my game. I guess if you want a live preview of it, this is the most expensive line of code in my game. And that's because there's 3,500 of them on screen. And I don't want to, I could make it more efficient. Like I could make this drastically more efficient by checking every 10 steps, but I don't want to do that to the player. I would rather this be on point as 0 as possible. So that like right when the 0 occurs, all of that, we're good. I have been thinking of a way though, I might be able to code this into the interaction. And then that would free up these steps here. Which, yeah. It wouldn't even exist. It would only exist in interaction then. So that would free up the most expensive resource that I have, which then would increase mob count. A lord knows how much amount, but I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about how we're gonna do that. Because like we're never done. We're never done. There must be more mobs, okay? I want somebody on a 4090 and like all of that, right? I want somebody on like a $5,000 computer that when they crank up that mob count, it just covers the whole fucking map and they don't have an inch of room. I want the map size to be the limitation to why there's not more mobs on the screen. That's what I want. And then we'll make a bigger map just for those people. Like, realistically, if I can get myself to around 15,000 mobs, where I was at when I originally started coding this game before I started adding all these complexities and like all of this into it. Because like when I first started this engine and I just built a very basic game that says like, you know, create this mob here, make this mob aka projectile ability, whatever, make it go to this thing here and have it hit this thing and have these things that it hits also run to this, to the source. And that's all I really did, you know, or run to X player or the player that I had around. And, you know, on an empty ass map that was massive, I could easily have 20,000 mobs on the fucking map because there was no collision, nothing going on. I almost left the game like that, and what I was going to do was set up a system to when mobs overlapped each other, they would power up each other, but then I realized the complexity of the code was already going to be just as complex as everything else, because it was going to read the exact type of mob that it was, and then transfer the stats correctly, and then I was also going to I was going to make the enemy themselves change dynamically based on the percentage of the mobs that were consumed within it and everything. It was gonna be a whole fucking system, and I was like, you know what, honestly, you should just probably just set up a collision system. You're gonna need one for walls anyways, bro. You know. You have an RTX 3080 and a 12 core. My guessing is that's an AMD processor then, or a Radeon processor, given the age and the core count. But yeah, I'm running on a 2060 for my graphics card, and my CPU is a 10400. Not overclocked, it's a F. I think it is the unclockable letter. I don't know. I don't care about overclocking, so I don't really care. Yeah, I figured it was Ryzen. Back then, Intel didn't do cores that high, so they were more powerful cores, but there was less cores, and AMD was more cores but less powerful individual cores. And depending on your work case scenario, that's what you would go off of. Like if you were gaming, typically Intel was better back then. I don't know where things sit right now, but Intel was better back then if you were gaming, and if you were more workstation related, you generally, unless it was like very high on demand, like video editing and such, you generally wanted to go with AMD and have Ryzen models, because it was able to split the load better and have individual cores that you could assign yourself to individual processes, which made those processes run much more efficiently than having a bunch of processes on one core. Oh, is no iGPU. Okay, no onboard. Oh, okay. 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 I thought the KNF was related to unlock and unlock. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Is no G. Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. I get you. Ryzen 3000 series was as good as Intel. Not when you got to a pixel by pixel performance, man. It was good enough to run. It would do okay, but it was not a competitor in any sort of facet when you got down to the nitty gritty. And you cared about how much money, like, and you looked at what you were actually getting. That's been proven time and time again over test. AMD has pretty much always been in the bottom end of things in that regard. They've always been known as the budget processor. They've never, like, that's a reality. Their Threadripper was like one of the few things that really helped like break that. That fucking heat monster. Let's try this real quick here. This is with parent collision, so we're gonna go minus direction with this one, maybe? We'll try that, and then we'll do it in an increment of 5. And this, I want to see how this works with the wall first before we continue on. Because we might add this into the enemy one too to run it first, and this may stop the locking from happening. AMD started beating until, yeah, my old host PC actually has the very last series of the 3000 series. No, wait. Yeah, it was the 2200G. It was I think that was the very last one they came out with, the 3000 series, was the 2200G. But yeah, it was like, it came out really late too. It was like 2019 or something it came out. It was very, very crazy how late that thing came out for how old it was already for a series. Phenomenal processor though, to be honest with you. I used it on a host PC for streaming, and at one time I even used it for gaming, and I loved it. It has a 1050 in it too, NVIDIA for the GPU. I loved it. 16 gigs of DDR. Oh god, I think that one's 3 RAM. I played Warframe on it for a while. Good while. Did we really just fix it with that one line of code? Hold on here. Let me give the walls more health. I think we may have just fixed it with one line of code. This is what I meant earlier. Like, if this did fix it, this is what I meant earlier. Like, I just need one thing. Trust me, it's only one thing, one little tiny thing I need, and I'm done. Like, I knew I was there, pretty much. Like, I knew there was just, it was something had to occur at a certain point of time, and I just needed to figure out where and what that was. And I have been tearing my hair out, essentially. I've been going gray would be the best way to put it. I've been going gray as shit trying to figure this out. This AI in general has been 6 months of me trying to make. Because I don't want to use their motion planning stuff. I don't want to use their preset tools, is what I'm getting at. I want to make my own, because I know I can make something more efficient than their preset tools. Look at that. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Did you just see that? Did you see it? Did you see it? Did you see it? Oh, they're locking there, though. They're locking there. They're locking there. Okay. All right. So there we go. We got a little new bug, but... oh, they just got shot to Egypt. What happened there? Okay, he's getting shot on a corner now. That's interesting. Why are you going that way on a corner? That's very interesting. Maybe we're literally just gonna throw this over here too. We're literally just gonna do that. Right on the top. Just right on the top. That is... so there's just a little interaction that happens there when enemies get accelerated. And that's causing problems. Yeah, right there. Okay, there's a little push there. It's happening. That might be... okay, I got it. I think if we do 1 pixel on this instead of 5, this is going to go in a much better direction. This is going to cause a very slight amount of separation. I gotta remember that my 5 was set to create an outcome. It wasn't it wasn't set to fix a problem. The initial code itself fixed a problem, but I increased the value to create an outcome. And I have that outcome already created, so I have to focus on fixing the problem instead with its values. Beautiful. We got to keep an eye on this corner. Actually, make sure we don't go near the corner, but we can see the corner. I think that did it. I literally think that... Oh, shit. He just got thrown. I saw that. Okay, so what happened over here? There is something that can... Here we go. That right there. Okay, that... Yeah, and then they went through the wall. So that is still occurring. Why is that still occurring? Maybe we move this to the bottom of the code. It may kind of seem weird. But maybe if it runs it on the tail end of the code, it'll work better. We may have to even place it twice in the code. Just to have it extra checking. Like moving out, moving out. Just move out, you know. Essentially, we can have it in the beginning, move out, run operation, move out while running operation. Go. We got a little switchy poo there. That was a nice one. I like that. Look at that. It really tried. It really tried to stop that one. Okay, let's put it at the start and at the end. It really tried. It tried very hard to stop that. It tried very hard. I'm actually very proud. Very proud of the engine. What if you do areas, but have them check a circle radius around themselves? Is that what you mean? If so, we tried that yesterday. Oh my god, why did you do that? Oh. Oh no, he's stuck inside. What if you do areas, room, entrance / exit? What do you mean? Do you mean make multiple rooms for the player to go throughout instead of one big map? Is that what you're referring to? Okay, this is actually significantly worse, doing it twice. So at the top, I want to say that was actually our best results right there. Let's kind of just stare at it for a moment and see what we may need to add. There's going to be a few different things here that we can add now. But yeah, we tried a circle radius, and we tried different radiuses yesterday with that. I have to, that's something else too. I have to figure out, it's sometimes they spawn because the XY for where the spawning is theoretically empty. So like right here is theoretically empty. It actually isn't empty because when they spawn and they're interacting with it. So that's where my problem is. Is inside area move to exit? I'm trying to avoid using things like paths and stuff like that. Because that's what that would be more indicated towards. I guess what you're kind of referring to is I could set up an object inside of the room itself, and if inside there, I could have it focus to one of these locations and then set up XY coordinates on there based on what's closer. I could do something like that, but that's going to be extremely inefficient. And it's also going to kind of defeat the whole object destroying system that I put in if they're just smart enough to always guide themselves away from walls and everything. You know what I mean? If I make the AI smart enough to just navigate itself around everything, then the entire interaction system that I'm creating for the destruction goes completely to shit. It seems downward works fine. Downward actually is perfect. So there's a lesson here. There's a lesson here. There's a lesson here. Down is perfect in that regard. So why is that down perfect? This is interesting. There's something to learn here. Why is this down okay, but the other down isn't? Oh, no, we got one. We got one. We got one. We got one. Oh, we had one. I was also thinking that if that happens, what I can do is I can make it so that if the enemy's XY coordinate, meaning their actual center coordinates, interacts with the walls themselves. Yes, I can go through them right now. This is for testing reasons for me, so I don't have to run around walls. I don't want to run around walls. Just to appropriately test. But whenever that happens, so say like this right here would essentially be what it looks like. If that happens, it automatically destroys the wall. So it's like I can turn the feature into an actual mechanic, and it does work, but the thing is if you're really paying attention, you see it getting destroyed, and the enemy going into it, going halfway in and then it destroying. And I know that's a really big nitpick right there. I know that's a really big nitpick. But it's where I'm at, okay? But yeah, it kind of would look something like this. There's two different ways we can do that. We can run it a more efficiently way, or we can run it a way that might... This is one way I haven't tried it. I tried it a more efficient way, which is running an if variable and then just having a simple else statement. So if this doesn't happen, then this will happen. But if this happens, this doesn't happen. And it saves some resources. But one thing we can do is just have a simple if here and allow the code to keep running, and maybe that might work. If I remember correctly, it's place meeting, and we say XY, we say parent destroy collision equals true, and then what we can do is we have a destroy here, and we can send that over to other. This is one way we can do it. Another way that we can do it as well is we can come over into the collision itself here and have that be checked in this area as well, which is already a very short amount of code, so it might be a better option, and we're not sending. So we'll try that first, and we'll see how that looks. But they are ghosts. I understand it makes sense that they can go through walls. Like, I totally get it. If player is in room, mobs go through entrance. Oh, so they'll funnel to it. I'd rather them destroy the entire thing. And then this way there's nowhere the player can go. Because the respawn timer isn't going to be 10 seconds. It's going to be in the minutes. Like, it's going to be a long time. So, like, if the entire, like, it's going to give essentially, the player, I'm going to figure out how long does it take me to destroy all of them. Essentially all the objects in the room with minimal mob density. And I'm going to tune my levels out more or less to looking at after I do some like scaling testing and stuff like that to see how I gain levels and how quick and everything, so that I can have a coordination in my head of what levels per hour look like, at least in this game mode. Because the way I'm going to always figure out levels per hour and everything on what's acceptable and all of that is going to be more tuned on to the mission itself, because the way I look at things is when you provide a player with a multitude of different types of missions, you know, you have endless missions, dungeons, boss fights, and different submissions within those missions, you're going to have, like, generally players are going to stick to what they enjoy when it comes down to playing the game on a habitual basis. They're going to play other things, but they're going to have their main set game modes. So my overall thinking of like scaling and all of that type of stuff kind of like just feeds into just itself. And like, how does it feel if I'm just going to be a player who only wants to play this game mode all the time? So what we can do is we'll have this run at the very start. And what we can do otherwise is just run an else on there. And yeah, that's my simple destroy system. It sets the sprite object to nothing, so it doesn't have any hitbox anymore. And then what it does is it sets an alarm. Where are you? It sets an alarm that when it goes off, it just runs a which object code, which is a code in here that's created on creation that reads the sprite index. So it tells it what sprite are you. And then it just reruns that back in and resets the health back up. That's my code. There's no reading coordinates or anything like that. In fact, the thing never actually goes away, but because of how the engine works, it does go away. It has no visible code that gets ran at all because of how it's coded and how object-oriented coding works. So it's effectively deleted off the map, but not deleted off the map. It frees up all the resources as if it never existed, but it still exists. It's a beautiful thing. I call it game maker magic. It's just about understanding what you're using. We're not going to set up, like, we could do a switch case in this. I just don't feel like it's going to be necessary. Yeah, I just don't. We actually could just have this thing just straight run every time, but I kind of would like it to run first and get out the way. Like, if it happens, let's just free up that space and not even worry about the rest of that shit that happens here. We could actually run this like this. This would be better, and this would be faster. In the sense of the wall hitting 0 health would be registered faster. It wouldn't have to wait for the next interaction. It would just be ran. It would -1, and then it would run this right afterwards. So it would essentially be reading whatever the health is right after the update occurs. Could even make this even better. Just say this. We don't even need it. We don't even need it. What does it matter? You don't need to know that it's going to be, like... You just need to know that if it's going to be less than 0, you need to do this. But other than that, just -1. What does it matter? Get rid of it. You don't need that if check. There we go. Okay. That looks better. Let's see how that looks. There's the walls. Are they not respawning now? What did I do? I do it. I did it. I broke the code. Oh. Because you're destroying the fucking instance, you stupid shit. That's not, you don't... Go grab it, Bib. You stupid ass. What is wrong with you? You just got done explaining the entire fucking system, and what did you do? You destroy it. Okay, that's the wrong one. We gotta change that over. Position meeting. Position meeting. I get position meeting and place meeting confused all the time. I could just never I never remember it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I always get them confused. I don't know why my brain can't remember position as in it's positional, and place as in it just counts as your whole place. Like my brain, for some reason, it's like, you don't know what that means. They very clearly word it for you to be in layman's terms to understand the difference, but here you are, not understanding the difference. Absolute winner. It did. Yeah, you see how slow that occurred? Why was that so slow? There was a lot of mobs there that went over that. Why was that so slow? Alright, let's try moving this over into this code instead then. That was really slow. Which is weird because we're about to be sending the code. Not that that makes any sense, that this is going to be faster than that, but that happens slower than it even did yesterday for me. What is it? Parent destroy collision. There. I also have been thinking of doing X plus and an X plus or a Y plus, and then doing that for a minus as well. What are you getting mad about? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Here, is that better? Ah, that code looks even better than it did. Ah, it's so beautifully short. Tell ya. So beautifully short. I should just got more efficient. Okay, we saw a lot happen over here. So it's kind of like, pay attention over here. Oh, actually that wasn't. I mean, it's better than it was yesterday because of this extra collision that I put in with the move outside. That was a little bit harder to notice. The thing is, well, I guess if nothing is there, then it won't respawn. It'll immediately get destroyed, or it'll respawn. And then if the mob is there, it'll immediately go away again. We could still give them a buff with it regardless, though. Alright, let's go down to the bottom. See what's going on down there. Need a good little spot to test. If we go up here. It definitely cleans up a bit of the jankiness. I saw that up there. Yeah, you know, you can still see it. If they move slow enough, you can see it very, very, very easily. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. But it is definitely is not the best. The fuck is going on? What is going on here? What is... Oh, that's you. It's you. Hiding under the table. Okay. I was wondering what that was. It's just him hiding underneath the table. Peeking out and everything. If I can... No? Good night. There we go. Alright. Oh. We're making a little bit of progress here. We've made some progress. We've got it a little more consistent. We still have our issue. We do have our security measure for our issue in play, but I'm not 100% happy with that as a security measure, to be fair. I'd rather something different there. There we go. Just have the eyes popping out there. Yeah, it is coming along nicely. I have no complaints about it so far. Outside of the fact that it's not perfect. It's weird how this one seems like it's faster. Oh. I know why it's faster. Because over in this one here, it's being read of its XY. So either way we're sending. Is it faster to just send those, or is it faster to check an object's? Which is faster? They're both sends, but what's a faster send? What would make a faster send? What would make a visually faster send? Maybe we... Let's try that real quick. Let's try that. I feel like that's going to be more efficient on, or inefficient on the engine itself, but if it's not like too inefficient and it gives a better visual display, like, yeah, that's better in my opinion then. As long as we're not losing too much going on with it. I'm really gonna find a mob count. I don't even gotta pay attention to that right now. It's over 2,000. We're good. Now we just gotta... We gotta look for the mob interaction. Interesting. There's... Oh. That actually looked faster. That actually looked a lot faster. Because I was paying attention to that guy. I kind of know the movement to look for now. on when a mob is going to be stuck. Let's see what happens over here. Nothing there, okay. I just kept going, damn. Here we go. Oh, you can see it still. Ah. Vega, are you shooting for too much perfection for a $5 game? I might be, but you know what? Hey, I'm like... having fun while doing it. Be completely fair. Like, it's frustrating, don't get me wrong, but honestly, like... theory crafting in all the games I used to theory craft in was just as frustrating. This one at least, like, has, like, a multitude of different ways that I can possibly fix things instead of, like, just one way, like, a couple ways that the developer has intended for it to happen. So... that's kind of where that's at for me. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and get ready for a break here. When we come back, we'll continue on. Do remember the only reason ads aren't run for pre-rolls while I am actually here is because I do run ads while I am on break and when I do support streams. So your lurking during those is much appreciated and does help support development of the game. But I'll see you all when I come back from the break. Okay, now we're actually recording. Danny caught me on that, thankfully. So what I think is actually occurring is there's so many mobs, or it just gets really unlucky, and when this happens, there isn't a place free, so it just kind of goes off and does its own thing. Oh, I also have old code in here. I have old code in here. Interesting. Now that's interesting. Hold on here. I forgot about this. I was I forgot I had done this. I did this yesterday while I was off stream. I had made a system to where, like, a true false thing, and they were alternating back and forth, and there was resets to where if they, there was nothing, they weren't interacting with anything, both variables would go false. Because I was trying to figure out exactly what is going on and all that. So I was trying to separate the code on when it occurred and everything to see, and all that. This might work well, I don't know why. That is interesting. Let me just put this in like this. I don't think this is gonna... I don't think this is gonna work like we want. Forgot I had done that. At least I forgot to tell y'all. I remember doing it, but... oh, let's take out the security measure. Alright. Take out this. I can go. Because right now we're working on something better. We're working on it better. Okay, they're floating away aimlessly. Okay. Guess that does work well on an alarm. I think we're on to something here. I think we're on to something. That's worse. So let's adjust things back here. This worked really well in here, though. This worked actually insanely well in here. And you... What? I'm confused. So why did you paste down there if you... You know, whatever. You did what you did, and that's fine. I'm not here to... I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge you. Okay, so we're gonna go with that, and then that. And we make sure I'm over here. And beginning here, we always want to make sure alarm equals 0. And we'll go here and just make sure alarm equals 0 again. Well, let's see if we see a difference if we just do one call of that. We can say, well, yeah, one call of the, we'll do it. Okay. And it should be back to what we had before. Starting to understand. Starting to understand. You might be part of the problem. What if they never hit a false? But they never interact with something again before that happens, so it never re-triggers the alarm. Oh, hey, stupid. Just make the alarm keep triggering until it's... oh, come on, stupid. What is wrong with you? Well, what if that never happens? What happens if it never happens? Let's find out. Where can I... There we go. Awesome. I want to say that was probably at 60. And then what I'll do otherwise is this. And we can say just a simple other if. We'll have it, we'll figure it'll be running more than it won't, so we'll run it on the top. So that it's not always running down to the second line. The second line only occurs when this is not set to be there. Maybe this might pick them up. Who knows? Because I think that's what's happening there. Looking at it, I think it's there's nothing for them to do, so they're just floating it. You see, they're more responsive now. Look how they're actively trying to fix themselves now. Oh, they still went through. But they are actively trying to fix themselves a bit more now. So... there is something we need to do here. There's something that needs to be ran. Maybe this gets ran during it. So when this is occurring, this happens here. I don't think we should pick the code up immediately again. I feel like we need a little bit of an interruption between it, but I mean, I could be wrong. We may just want to have it re-pick up the target. For the player. Oh. Oh, damn it. They're still doing it. They're still doing I gotta really look. There's something causing that. What would be the reason? What would be the reason? What would be the reason? Hmm. Their directions are meeting up. What if I set the movement speed to 0 in the beginning of the code and then let it run? Like maybe a forced stop will make it do something? I'm trying to figure out very simplistic ways to fix this. Very simplistic ways. Well, like I said, we still have the one option there where we can have it to where if they apply it on XY, they'll destroy it. We'll just have them get like a whole surplus of stats for doing it, but... And it would make sense to the concept of the game, don't... Oh, that's interesting. Don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't know. This is interesting. I just saw one go through. Yep, there they go. Curiosity. Maybe we're putting this in the wrong spot. I know this doesn't make too much sense here, but maybe this is the play. Tell it to do something, then tell it to just stop moving afterwards, and then let the pickup code pick, like, or the place free code pick up. I don't know if this is 100% the play, but we're gonna say. No, what? Huh? Ooh. that was 100% not the play. Oh, I bet you. Okay, so what that likely was the move outside all was activating, and it was up against the wall, and because it didn't have a direction to go, it just went forward. That's likely what that was. Because that's why it works well here, but it doesn't work well over here. Why is this running twice here? How many times is that running twice in the other areas? Okay, let's test again. I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference, but like it, you know, if we change something, it's worth just testing. Because we're at a point now to where it's like micro changes is what's going to make our difference. So everything we change, we have to test, and we have to test one thing at a time. One change at a time. We have to make sure. So if you notice they stop moving, I think that's because the place free that they go to isn't a place free. So what they do is they have no code, so they just stand there. And you see how much of it's preventing from happening? We have one guy in there now. We have two. I don't know. I don't know if they're spawning or not. I don't know if he's just causing interaction problems, to be fair with you. That's exactly what it looks like. So if place is not free, they don't move. Oh, there's one. What was that? The move outside happened. The move outside happened there. So what if we take the move outside out now? That we have this? So we don't have to worry about a possible problem. Maybe that fixes the move outside thing and allows us to get rid of that code. Because that is now creating a problem. Because it's not moving. We can still have that in there. We're going to need to put in a loop though and have it constantly search for place free is going to be our next thing to do. And then otherwise it will be at position. It will have a speed of 0. That's what I'm going to look at next. And I'll have it break and move to the point whenever the place is free. I just don't know how performance heavy that's going to be with that many mobs on screen. I'm kind of worried about doing that. As you can see, without the move outside, the interactions are much more controlled. I don't even see our problem actually occurring. I think I may have fixed it there. I think I just fixed it. Okay. Okay, we're one step closer. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there now. And we understand why they're not moving. Because we see when they move. So we are very, very, very close right now. We are extremely close. Look at that. Maybe instead of a loop, we... Oh, no! 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 Oh, we had one mob do it. Why, though? Why did you do it? Why did you do it, though? Why did you do it? That's the question, is why did you do it? It happens so... I kind of want to focus on that first before I start adding the loop in. I mean, maybe it might clear it up if things are constantly checking and moving and everything. See, that's weird. This moves right. just moved up and just right in. Why did you do that? Oh, shit, I didn't see it. Okay, good. I'm streaming. Baker, you're streaming. Go look at your damn stream right now. You can look back at this. What are you doing? Oh, no, you missed it. Oh, God. What is wrong with you? Why are you... Why? Why are you like this? Mute tab. Alright. Hold up. Wait a minute. It's adding a scene. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, here we go. Game Maker manual. That gets turned into... Not you. Here's the other Firefox. Here it is. Okay. Here it is. Okay. Okay, that right there. That right there. Oh my god. It's phenomenal. Who does it? Come on. Okay, I think we may have to like go frame by frame or something. We go normal. Can you... Can you show me it occurring? I saw it. I think we're getting close. This is why I kind of wish I streamed at normal latency. This is why I wish I streamed at normal latency sometimes. I guess it should have been easier for me to find streaming in a delay. Here we go, I just saw it. What is... I'm not doing that. That's not me fast forwarding. Oh, that's me. Oh, I'm at that point. Son of a bitch. Oh no. Oh no, I'm at the loop. Oh, I don't know what's what. Oh no, we're in streamception. Okay, it was in this, it was here. It was somewhere in here. Oh no, I had entered streamception. Oh no. Alright, just pay attention. You'll find it, and when you find it, you can reverse around it. Oh, hold on here. Did you see it? I didn't notice that in the beginning. What is that? Okay, I think the loop might fix it all. I'm gonna be honest. I think that loop might fix everything. I think doing that might fix everything. Um... I think we might be on to something there. Oh. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. Wait a gosh darn moment. I think we just figured out why that happened. Saw that move outside? You saw that? That's not good. That's not good. That's not what you're supposed to have there. You don't have that. That's a bad thing to have. See? That's why it was moving outside. You curse of a system. That's one of their pre-built-in things. And you'd always stray away from using anything that's pre-built in like that. And make sure I make it do the things it needs to do. I tell it what to do. I mean, this is definitely getting there. This is definitely getting there. Okay. So I want to try this now instead. I don't want to do that. Where are you? There's a parent enemy. Where are you? I think this is you. Yeah. Okay, you. Can I have you here, please? Okay. Thank you. Alright. Alright, let's see what happens there. Not too confident in it, but we'll take a look at it. We're fixing other things, so I like to go back sometimes and re-add or redo code where I had it before to where I knew I wanted it in efficiency-wise, and then see if that actually works or not. So as you can see, when place isn't free, they are just standing still. See, that's very interesting. Look at that. Okay, alright, that is interesting. Okay, so what we're gonna do here... Then we're gonna say... At the end of this... We're gonna set that like that. That out, that. And then this way we have a generalized set that always sets it. So if place isn't free, it sets that, and maybe it'll still pick up interactions that we're looking for. Come on. Come on. Alright, we're getting better. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I got this then. I know what to do. We tried to place empty before with switches that they didn't want to work here for some reason without me having to add if variables to create constants to do what, or to create things to make it become true and false. It was kind of weird. So it's just gonna be it. I'm not gonna worry about it. I did it. I did it. I fucking did it. I fucking did it. I made a fucking AI finally. In this engine. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Huh. Oh. Thank God. Thank God. 7 months of learning this engine from the very beginning. And really just getting familiar with coding in a general regard again. Besides some basic auto hotkey scripting. I finally did it. I was able to make my own AI. And it's pretty efficient. Pretty efficient. Oh, God, that feels good. Oh, that feels really good. Do I have code for alarm 9? Correct. Okay, good. We still have that. Alright. Let's start toying around with this system. Actually, I would like it on a 10. 10 is like the most efficient alarm set you can have. I would like this on a 10. So we gotta attune this to a 10. I wanted to do, so let's just do 5 times the number, I guess. Like that. Because I know one, I wanted to do, I didn't want it on interaction. That felt like it was too bad for me. Take care, Nip. I'm sorry, I missed that message, man. He was farming Fullman Prime. You got the gold, but not the silver. At least you got them the worst part. Silver, at least, like, in regard of if they had to buy it, it wouldn't be as bad. Do you know what I mean? But take care, man. And thank you so much for stopping by. It was good talking to you, homie. Okay, I want to give those walls a bit more health. I didn't know 50 was going to be good. I guess a 50 is a little too low there. I died relatively quickly. I might just make it on interaction. I don't know. I could just make it a really fast scaling and they, like, the walls don't have much health. I do that. Or just make it the every 10 minutes there, you just get some tanky ass mobs for that if you don't clear correctly. Or if you don't keep on top of clearing things. That, yeah, no, 100 felt good there. Their scaling is still... It, like, doesn't look like it's actually even occurring. It's kind of weird. You don't even see their size increasing. Collision with this. If alarm equals 0, set alarm to 10. Then this will go off. Maybe the problem is that maybe it doesn't... Maybe I do have to have it constantly running? I don't know. Let's throw it in real quick and just say. I'll take that out. And the first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna set speed to 0. And then we'll do that. We'll see what happens. Actually, I want to divide these numbers. If I do this appropriately, we did 10, so we got to divide this by 10 parts, so... what is that point? 005? Right? Yeah. Just... This gets another 0. Alright, what this does is it's a percentage, more or less. It multiplies that number into the current stats of the enemy. That's all that is. It's very simple. I like that health. So now we need... let me just try 0.5 because I like that health, actually. I like them dying relatively quickly. And I want the scaling to be very fast on them. The reason why is I don't want them to be around forever and then be blocking the player forever. Or blocking getting to the player forever. I just want them to be a quick buff for them and then a timer goes on. And if the player doesn't beat them to the location and take them out, then they have to deal with buffed mobs that become buffed relatively quickly. There we go. Oh my. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, run. See, like that. And that. And, oh Jesus. That. That's the kind of stuff we're going for. A little too strong. A little too strong. A little too strong. But we're getting there. Definitely getting there. I like the scaling though. I like the size scaling. Oh my. He's already... He's been doing things already. Actually looks appropriate right now, possibly. Where are they? Oh, okay. And their XP also gets increased as well as they do gain a buff, so... They will be worth more. They're not just harder mobs for senseless reasons. Outside of just being hard, they will also give you more experience. Kinda feels like we're getting a performance issue. What just happened? What just happened? Oh no. I got... Did I get banned? Okay. Alright. Lord. Let me take this out here. I think that's what that is, to be honest with you. Let's see. If not, we got a memory leak somewhere. We gotta figure it out. Oh man, that was good. Yeah, you see how mobs are coming in more now? Look at how much denser the mob density is right now. Yeah, that's what it was. I figured as much. Somebody probably got stuck in the storage. I bet you that was the size of a mob. I bet you that was a mob's forehead. I bet you it was a mob's forehead who got stuck in the utility closet. Okay, we're gonna have to limit the size. I just thought about that. I bet you they were stuck in the fucking utility closet. But and if you're asking, what do you mean, Baker, utility closet? This right here. Oh my god, that would make so much sense. Here, oh, we're getting it again, actually. Who is it? Oh, I just died. Okay, what is happening? Something's happening there. What is happening? What is being left open and causing... It happened every time I went down to the bottom right, whenever I moved. Kind of weird. We're just gonna sit here for a moment and see, though. Oh boy, look at how big that one's getting down there. Oh, he's just stuck. Oh. I think we found out what happened. We got some points today. Oh shit. What are you gonna get? It's consuming the map. Look at this. Oh, I think we found out what happened. Oh, I think we should run away from that. We should probably run away from that. This is coming towards us. Oh no. Keep running, little guy. Oh my. That's a really big model, but oh, it killed me. Look at this thing go. Ah. Intended gameplay. Absolutely intended. So I think we're gonna have to put in a few protections and such into the AI. I don't. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Is it still growing in the background one? Is that still getting... It is. It is actually still... Look, it's getting bigger. Look at that. How much RAM am I using right now? This has got to be doing something right now. Right? No? Still non-existent on the RAM? We got 8% of CPU being used. Okay, that's not bad. How's the GPU looking? We're also encoding on the GPU for our stream, mind you. What are we at? 69%. Nice. Nice. 38 degrees Celsius. That's not bad. It's pretty hot. Not as bad as I thought it would be right now. Yeah. So there were a few things we're gonna have to do. Oh my god. Yeah, first things first. We are gonna get ourselves ready for a break. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with the nonsense, figuring things out, breaking the game, fixing the game, breaking it, fixing it, and breaking it. You know, that's how we gotta do it. But I do want to thank you all for coming around and chilling as always, and do remember I only run ads during my breaks and when I do my support streams, so you're lurking during that is much appreciated. And during those times I will be playing VODs and having some live gameplay in the bottom right. So if you want us to chill around, get some ads that I highly suggest you 99.9999999 repetitive 9 never click on. If you would care to do that, that would be amazing. But we'll see you all when I come back from the break. I think that might make more sense. Alright, well, first off, let's worry about that later. Or get distracted. Let's do an alarm 6 in here, and we're going to inherit alarm 6 and alarm 7. Just like that. And... where's the inherit button? There it is. Okay. And... I don't like to have alarms stacked on each other. I find they bug a lot if you do that. They can work, but then they don't work sometimes. So I just kind of steer away from doing such things. as well adjust those over. Bring these in. Okay. We'll worry about the 8 in a moment. Please. And we'll figure out what we can make globals and non-globals later on. That's a whole optimization thing that we'll be doing at one point to see if we can increase mob count. Also, speaking on that, one thing we'll be doing during the rework is we're going to set up a system to allow the player to set their mob cap based off of their previous mob caps that they've hit in the game. So they can hit a higher mob cap, essentially. And then based off of how strong your PC is, you'll be able to attune the mob cap to whatever you want. So that no matter what, you'll have a stable experience for your PC based off of your needs. Get some water real quick. Okay. Let me just cut that for right now. And I am just going to make an alarm here, but it's not going to register or turn on at all. That's all. And essentially later on we can just set one here that if player level equals to etc. to this here, then this alarm gets registered and then we can have it loop back through around over to here. That's simple. Look at the errors. Alright, unknown object player scale not set before reading. At least we're getting errors. At least we're getting errors. Huh? Where didn't you like it? Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct. You would not know what it was. You are actually correct on that. You would have no damn clue. Enemy level is not increasing. Let me get this auto reset done too. I need to... Oh, hey stupid. Did you know... Let me see, is this... You see... How do you expect the alarms to reset If you don't tell the exact alarms to reset. Absolute winning. Just so much winning. There, player level, enemy level. Alright everybody, I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. We're going to be going for about a half hour here more, and we'll be ending at the 4 hours, and then I can get myself to fixing the footage for the support stream and getting new stuff rendered. Okay, so there's something I want to do now. I'm just going to put it in pause now, but I'm going to end up moving a lot of this stuff. Same with the load gear. We're going to end up moving it to a completely other room. And we're going to see if that helps with performance as well. We'll have all these things kind of like in a pre-load up way, and then they'll get saved into the game and loaded in when you load in. Or saved into a file and loaded in when you load in. Okay. Sorry if you could hear that fan in the background. Oh, we need to do the alarm witch thing as well. No, maybe we could just... I think we could just make a slider instead and have that value. Oh, we'd have that. Okay, okay, hold on. Oh, it's having a heart attack. And this way we can make this a value that can be adjusted. Because this is, instead of having a different system to allow the player to set by their own want, we'll just have a slider scale. And they'll be able to set to, you know, better performance and stuff like that. No heart attacks allowed. I know this thing is... It's thinking about it. It's got a... One of the main problems this is having is all of this code. All of my code for my spawning. As you can see with that, and there's a scroll. And it just... The computer suffers with all that. But this is a system we're working on. Okay. I guess we'll create another group for this. And we'll call this month count. And call this object oh, my OCD is not like that. I still don't like that one. It feels too long. No, it's not that long. We'll call this just one mob count, I guess. And we can make a mob slider afterwards. And just do this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Just throw in an empty thing here just to make it easier. And now, oh, slider. Let's call it paint. Ghetto slider incoming. There we go. Okay, there's one piece for that. Next one, just give me this. With fucking let's say 30 and height 50, I think. What was the fucking height on this? 25. Yeah, we're gonna do double for a slider. And slider color, I guess we'll just give it a green, I guess. I don't know. This is a placeholder, so it doesn't really matter. Go ahead and save that. is it? Main game. Pause, we'll put it in here. We'll call this mob scale slider. And then we'll call this, why are you green? Can we talk about why you're green? There we go. Okay, and then call this the mob scale slider base line time. Bar. Okay. Assets. I guess we'll slap you in a pause, I don't know. Okay. I'm just gonna put that there for now. Actually, let's throw this up here. This might look like it makes sense for right now. Because I will be moving on all of these things into a different room. There we go. Okay, so we got that. Dun, 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 dun. That goes there. And then we want object mob scale, mob slider, we'll call you. And we'll call you next one. This is why my girl does the art, by the way, not me. So you see anything that looks janky as shit and doesn't make sense for anything? Yeah, that's probably my asset. Probably mine. Okay, where do I want you to spawn? It's not gonna work there, dumbass. Just close your sprites. This year? Oh. That isn't even the right thing. I thought I hit this, but I guess I didn't. We'll start that out as a baseline concept. And Well, come on, you can just select that, man. Don't do this to me. The engine is not happy right now. Create a variable here so that we know when mob scaling is initiated as well. Okay, let's just look at that real quick. Just look at that. Oh, hold on, we need to take those off. They're still on the map. Nice. Okay, let's talk about why it didn't work. Let's talk about why that didn't work. Let's talk about why you did not want to work. It's on parent, it's on menu layer. I'm just gonna try XY. It's not gonna look great in any facet, but what it's gonna do is allow me to just see that it's spawning. Oh, hold on, I know what it is. Give the engine a moment here and I'll fix my mistake. I know exactly what to do. Hold on. Can you please work? Please? Can you just... Please? Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna come over... Where are these things? Okay, I should fix it. I don't know why I keep doing selecting them. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now do I swap these places and then it'll... Oh yeah, never mind. There's bar and slider, yeah. No, I thought it would be the other way around. Yeah, I thought that would have been the other way around. Don't need that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Ghetto slider. Ghetto slider. Need some water in there. Alright. I'm just gonna take... just give me the whole thing, I don't care. I'll figure it out. Why don't I just copy the... Oh, it's all the same at this point. But, okay, I'll do that. And... that doesn't need... The slider doesn't need anything. Okay, how do I want to do this? So we need this one here, we need to do the code in. If click true. Clicked equals true. And then we want... we want to store this value, actually. We can store the value, and then we can say if that value, and then we can have like a less than to make it move to the left, and then we can have a greater than to move to the right. Maybe we could do that. I should not have started without X. MS slide. MS slide start. Well, it's going to keep updating, so it's always going to be the same. When do we... I got it. We're going to set it to an alarm for a half second, and every half second it'll update this, and if the current position is less than or greater than what this is, then the slider will do something. We can even just do a 15th of a second or something like that, you know. Or a 1/4 of a second, I should say. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good bet. Kind of work something around that. How do we want it to move? How do we want it to move? How do we want it to move? Actually, I think I can do this. Who's the... No, that's set point direction. I don't want to do that. That's direction fixed. Oh. I think I can do this. Might be able to do this. I would be X moving, and then we would be sticking to mod bar slider dot Y. Just say like 4. I don't know. Just for right now. I believe that was the command for it. We'll just call it move here. And then exit. Let me just double check that was the move point. Yeah, and speed. Alright, let's see what happens there. No guarantees. I haven't made a slider on this engine before. So I'm kind of just... I'm winging it right now. I got an error. Okay. Well, at least it tried to do something. That's the important part. not set before reading. Okay, let's go ahead and do this then. We'll set it. Oh, actually, no, I don't want to do that yet. Okay, we're not getting an error, but we can't move it. Alright, let's see here. Just registering it. Okay, so we're getting it to do what we want in that regard. Now we need to get this thing to move. Well, oh, maybe the exit's screwing it? Let me try not having the exit. Maybe that could be screwing things up. No? Let me try coming up with this. We're gonna put this down here. And this way we'll just click it and see if we can't have it like move with it or something. I don't know. I just want to see if this base concept is working that I'm trying to do. Oops, I hit escape instead of... No? Okay. Okay, so at least I know where I'm at now. That's what matters. Let me just try some things here. I just want to see if I can't get this to... Wait. Yeah, no, that's right. This will give me an idea at least if things are working, and I just need to figure out the commands better. No? Okay, what happens if I just did this? Can I at least just see it start moving? Can we just start there? Can I see it move? I can see it move. I can be on the right track. Alright, it's moving at least. Okay. Alright. He's getting there. Oh god, we will save this for next time though. So we are getting there with it. We'll have this slider working. We'll get it all working next time. There won't be a stream tomorrow. Tomorrow and some days after, I'm going to spend my time getting all this footage edited up and also fix some of the broken footage over with the current uploads right now for the support stream. Once I get all those done, I'll have the support stream up and going again, but we will resume coding on Thursday of next week. Give me some time here to kind of relax my head from all of this. And I'm also going to be helping out Danny a lot more in the house so that she can get more, what's it called? More housework done and everything. Because I unfortunately cannot stream while I'm rendering these videos and stuff like that and editing them. The computer has a stroke and a half with Premiere. It does not like streaming Premiere. It really does not. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. But we're going to go ahead and end off here. I do want to thank you all for coming around and showing all the love you do continue to show. And I hope you all take care, stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always, never stop searching. Peace, everybody. And I am also recording now as well. There we go. But shit. Okay. Alright, so where we left off last night is we were cleaning up our gear save. So let's go ahead and get that open here. Gear save. We were cleaning up all of these. And we were adding as well the reset. So let's grab that. Yeah, let's go, Joshua. How you doing, man? Okay, so we're gonna grab that. Where were we placing that? Right underneath the... here. And then we were cleaning that up there like that. Why do we have this extra code here? Does not exist. They both do not exist. I thought so. I wonder why we have that. Duplicate code there. Get rid of that. I gotta sneeze 1 moment. I could definitely see that looking at it from an already done perspective, but essentially all this is the code that I use to save the buffs themselves. So after the player creates, selects all of their values and everything and hits the create button and then clicks on the buff itself and then names it, it'll name the variable itself to that actual, to buff1 in your actual computer, and then that's what it'll read off of whenever. But it just, all it does essentially is it reads all those values, stores them in to a basic, very easily readable file, and then from there cleans up everything else. So it cleans up your points spent, whichever of the values you had, resets them all back to 0, sets any of these, which are, you know, if you actually activated or if you selected a value, these become true, sets them all back to false, and then just cleans everything up from there and sends you back over to the what's it called, to the buff creation screen, and then disables the other layers that aren't needed. That would be the easiest way, I guess, to describe it. So that's what all occurs in the moment that you click the button there, essentially. Or you press enter while this is up. And right now we're just cleaning it up because it has old values in it from when I had this saved to a different system. So we're getting that cleaned up, and then we're adding in the new variables that need to be put in for the new system for creating buffs. Because we rework the entire buff system so that you actually don't have percentage-based selections anymore. And now you can select you can input whatever value you want to put in for it. How you doing, Sci-Fi? Hope you're doing well, man. But yeah, this is what the new buffs creation screen looks like. You click down, you enter in to, so you want damage, that comes up, and then you have damage there and everything. And like I said, you're able to enter in all the values that you want to enter in instead. So when you hit create, you can come over here, you create your buff, and then it sends you back. So everything that I had explained there in that code and what happens when I hit enter there, and after I clicked on what buff slot I needed, that was everything that transpired there, is what you just saw. And what we're doing now is making it so that these resets aren't actually present anymore. Yeah. Don't tire myself out with the creation. I've dealt with much worse in regards to coding. Much worse. I actually really enjoy GameMaker because of its simplicity of its engine and language. Like, they did a really, really good job making their own custom language. Like, this isn't a... Like, this is a hybrid between, I want to say, like, 3 different languages, more or less, in order to make their one language, but they've just done a really good job of it. One of the easiest languages I've ever worked with. So, as for like overworking, I don't know so much about that, but it still is a mental mindfuck sometimes. We spent 3 hours yesterday trying to figure out how to make the reset know where to put itself every time, but we figured it out. It was 3 hours just to have the reset know how to move up and how many places to move up to always keep them together. Yeah, this right here. It's just something simple like this. So we have... We'll just grab a couple values here. So that right there, that took 3 hours or so to figure out the logic. That was because I could have done it within like 20 minutes, but it would have been convoluted in a shit ton of code, and I wanted to figure out how to make it as simplistic as possible. And by the end of it, I was able to get it down to like 4 or 5 lines of code. I'm so happy. So happy. That's like total throughout the whole thing. No arrays needed, none of that shit. It's just a few little if checks. It's wonderful. Very nice sci-fi. Very nice. You're making good progress on that, man. Making some good progress on that as of late. You really put yourself on the grind for it, huh? You really put yourself on the grind for it. It's good to see. We already... Yeah, that was already put in there. Good, good. We'll just recopy that to make sure that's there. Correct. Okay. That looks good. And also, visual scripting has saved my life. I'm not gonna lie, like I know how to read and write all of this code. I know how to read and write all of this code, like, and write out like all of this and everything, but it's so much more work on your hands, I'm gonna be honest. Like, visual scripting is so nice. As long as the node tree, like, as long as the node formations, like, making them and all of that isn't too convoluted, it's a really nice system to learn. You know, like, Unity's is decent. I think they copied way too heavily off of, or influenced way too heavily off of Unreal's node-based terminology and language and all that. Or display, I guess you should say. But yeah, I mean, that's why I like this one. It's more of like something that's really out on it, on at least from that I've seen, on its own and everything. And it works a lot. It doesn't so much work better performance-wise. It's all the same damn code. It's more that it's easier to understand as a whole. It's a lot easier to understand. Like I said, the amount of saving on typing is just absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Editing can get a little annoying, though. That's the one part that kind of sucks, is editing code in Visual Script. I would say editing code in written script is definitely significantly easier. In the way of, like, efficiency and speed. That's definitely one thing I would say. By the end of this week, oh wow. An hour 40, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. For a rework inspired by his magician theme. Yeah, I remember you've been talking about wanting to do some type of rework with him. Good shit. Good shit. Get rid of that. I don't know why we have this double code in there. What are you, stupid? You can't even click the damn thing if it exists. Am I 100% on that? Yeah. Does not. Oh, we gotta fix that. Shit. Alright, we're gonna fix that afterwards. Let's continue to do this before I get lost. Take care, Sci-Fi. Thank you for dropping by, homie. And best of luck on your completion of that. I await it eagerly. I can say that much. I awaited eagerly. I mean, people may ask, "Oh, Baker, why do you still watch build videos if you don't play Warframe?" I never watched build videos because I played Warframe. I watch build videos because I enjoy the people that make them. And now as a game designer, I watch them to better understand why people enjoy doing what they do. Hold up here. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Now I know what that extra code was. I know what that extra code was now. And I just want to, I want to scream. Oh, God, you're so dumb sometimes, bro. You're so impressively stupid sometimes when you realize it that late. You are ignorant. You know that, right? You know what that extra code was, stupid, right? You know what that other fucking else variable was. Oh, shit. That was so the player could name the fucking file. Or name the display name. Give me a moment. Let's see where that one saves. I don't remember where I saved my other host file. I don't remember where I saved the host file at. I don't remember if I saved it before I went to bed last night or if it was saved from the week ago. The first at 2107. That's possible. That one's possible. I was so tired last night. I think that's when I saved it. That sounds about right. Okay, any of these have an else in it? You may wonder, Baker, what are those errors, by the way? These errors are for the, listen, I'll log on here, and, sometimes this shit will say 0, and then it'll say, 30, and what it is it's the variables being saved. They're currently set at 0, so it's not happy about that. And it's you're trying to save a fault, you're trying to save a variable that can't be saved as 0, and it's it can save it as 0, shut up. It's made for my stats. It's my save files for that. It has no, it doesn't do anything, and I've never had a bug with it. Oh, good, we do have one. Good. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what that is, if anyone is curious. It's fucking annoying. I have sat there for a long time trying to stop that from happening. A very long time. I think actually we can drop that beginning portion. And we can have this here. And then this will be set to that. And the else will be just if this isn't equal to that, and then it should save the name. I think actually we can just do that. I don't think we need this. It's kind of a worthless fucking check. Let's leave it in there as a security measure. Let's leave it in as a security measure. Even though I am going to be adjusting things on that. And that saves the string and everything, so we're going to save that to 2 there. We're going to save this to 3 or 2 here. This one here gets set to 2 as well. Let me just clean this up as well. And then we'll recopy this, and then we can put it into the other locations that we need as well. Just resets here. Okay, that looks good to me. Okay, so let's go to gear 1 now. Where'd that else be? There we go. We're gonna copy to the else, and then bring this up around here. Thought I did that wrong up on the top. My brain was like, no, it's not correct. I'll say that. That should be good now. How you look? Yeah. Alright. Let's take a look at 2 real quick, fully. Make sure everything looks good here. So make sure I'm copying that. Yeah, that's good there, that's good there. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yes, to here, that to there. Take that out there. That in the wrong spot. I love when you do that. Put that up there. Come down over here and delete these here. this here and paste that there. Go over up here, delete these extra values here. Over here, delete these extra values here. Okay, go to number 4 now. Take those out. That in there. I'll come up over here. Take that out. You. See you're here, come into here with you. Use that, or take those out there. Okay. Oh, sorry, I was working on Gear 5. That's why it was incomplete. I was working on this currently. This thing is not done. Yeah, you see, even it says Gear 4 in it still. I stopped working on it because I was like, I got so much else to work on. I'm not going to worry about doing more gear slots. So that'll just be an entire day we can do that. And honestly, it's going to stay like that. It's going to stay exactly like that then until we're ready to do that full day of making gear slots. Alright, so far that's looking good there. Let's go ahead and save that over. That. And switch this back over. I'm not screwing up on the save this time. Being smarter than that. Give me 1 moment, I get some water. You remember I told you the errors would just change randomly? Remember there was 33, now there's 13. Like I said, it's irrelevant errors. And I can choose to ignore them if I wanted to, even. And such, so. Yeah. I have tried to fix it. It wants me to make it a value higher than 1, which maybe in the base game we may just appease it at this rate. Just to appease it. Because we're rechanging all the values around anyways for everything. So might as well just make it happy right from the start, right? Oh. My brain's fried. 1 moment. Alright, we got this done. So what we're going to do next is we're going to make it so that if the file name already exists, or that file already exists, yes, please save. I already told, like, I don't understand, let's not talk about it. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna open up these. We'll just go to 4. I already know I need to do 5. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna come here to the file name check. And we'll do that. I guess we should have kept these open, huh? We can just grab one of them. How do you hit the escape one? Grab that. One over here. Say not exist. Right? Like that. Let's cut that, copy it. You may ask, why are you going to cut and copy it just to put it back in the exact same way? On this engine, if I didn't do that, it would copy over the everything else that I edited into it. Then do this. So, like, as I put the create instance in there, that would also be put in there, which I would have to then just have something else to remove. So, but because I cut it when there's nothing else there and then pasted it, it doesn't work. It works as its own independent one at it, as it was at the time of cutting it originally. Just a little thing that the engine likes to do. Okay, so now if it does not exist, it will not spawn. Or if it does not exist, it will create the save name slot, but if it does exist, it won't do any. Need that. We need that. I needed that line in the beginning, and I don't know why I didn't put that in there. It's just a nice, simple safety check. And yeah, so what that means is the player's got to go refund the slot in order to come back over, but the reason why I do that is if you're going to refund the slot anyways, or if you want the slot refunded anyways, you probably should just take the levels that you get from the gear in that one and throw it into the current one that you're going to be making, and I'm just trying to encourage the player to naturally want to do that. That's why that's why. If anyone is curious as to why. Good. Okay, does not exist. So let's go. I don't know why I did that. Let's go refund them real quick. We'll refund the last 2 ones, and we'll give them a try to see if that works, and we'll make the gear and all that and see what happens. Those other 2 are test ones. Or those are for the demo play and all that, so. Good. I didn't reset those. I like that. I like that it didn't do that. I really enjoy that it didn't do that. Well, that worked, so that's good. Okay. So we know that worked. Okay. That works. Good. Good. Auto naming and custom naming both work. We still got to figure out this stupid delete. For some reason it just does not want to work. We were testing with 3, so let's just go ahead and let's mess around with 3 until we can get it to work. Can you stop clicking escape, you dumbass? Hold on. Space is gonna eventually need all that code for it to. Anyways. This might not work. My other idea is... It's gonna be stupid if I gotta do this. The other idea is that we're gonna have to activate an alarm through here that gets sent over. And then that should work. This should not be necessary, though. I mean, like, we did this in the library. This is all the same principle as in the library. There we go. Okay, we're good. I was gonna say, don't you even dare make me have to do something stupid like that. So just move it at the end of the code, and we're fine. Okay, double check that's good. And then we'll just be copying it over into the space one. The space was going to be this, not the else. It's extra security measures to make sure that, like, if the player just doesn't want to name it, it labels it as a name. Otherwise, there was like a lot of weird things that I was capable of doing to make it so it had a blank name. And I've been trying to just figure out ways to make sure that doesn't happen. It's just like bug fix, like just so much code added just trying to prevent that from happening. Okay, so that's done there. Is that 4? Let's try 4 real quick. And just space. Make sure that works. And yes, we're getting rid of the Y spawn at some point too. What is some point? Some point. Is it really that stupid, Baker? Sometimes it just be like that sometimes. Sometimes it just be like that. I'm not here to question, I'm just here to do my job. I'm just here to do my job. I'm just here to do my job. I'm not here to question, I'm just here to do my job. I just do my job, okay? It's above my pay grade to ask these questions. I learned that over here apparently before. I just didn't implement it in the other places. I just don't remember doing it. This system was worked on months ago. I like have a partial remembering to it all. Oh, actually, hold on here. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, and the space was okay, and the space should be like that too here, right? Yeah. I had reworked the first couple of them, and then I had forgotten to do the others. Now I remember that. Layout is correct. I was slowly working through the system. Okay. That's all done. Okay. And these you can't click them if they already exist. Or it doesn't create the instance if they already have the file like name existing. Okay. That's... I want to call that done, or do I want to do something else to this potion room? Do I want to make the refund and potion tab one interactable object and you just select which tab you want to be in? Instead of having to interact with two different objects like this, you could just have something to click. Refund and create, maybe, or something like that. And that'd be more fluid for the player. I think that might be more fluid, especially if you want to, like, you forget that you have a slot. And you're like, oh, I have this. This is, like, within the same lines. Let me just refund it. And then you can just come back over here, hit the refund button, get your points back, reset what values you want to reset, and then add the points in. I think we're going to keep them separate. Just to prevent bugs a little bit more. We'll keep them separate. If the player's going to reset their stats, they might as well just have everything reset. And when you exit out of here before making a piece of gear, like confirm making it, it'll just refund everything back, which I think will just work better then. And allow the player to come back in and spend the points as they need them. Because I guess the way you could look at that is if the player gets to look at the entirety of the number, their thinking may be different than if they were to only look at what they got back to what they've already spent. Because then those would be two different visual numbers that the player would have to reference off of, and then the player has to think about, like, well, with the points I have left, how do I want to allocate them like that? Or you just give them all of it at one time, and then they can just look at it and know better exactly what they want to do. Yeah, I like that more. I'll keep them separate. Let me get rid of this Y spot. You yeah. There. Is go. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's all I really want to do for right now on that. The only thing we'd have to do further would be adjust the tooltips. But like I've already said with the tooltip thing, I think I'm gonna do that offline more or less. Just sit there and try to figure out what the hell I want to word that as. I don't know. Well, that's a down the line thing. I don't feel like that's really necessary right now to sit there and focus on. And plus, I would like to get all of my other scaling reworking done and all that. What we are gonna do though is we are gonna make up a new live stream. Instead of buff creation, we're gonna have one for reworking scaling. But I am also going to be taking a break. When we come back, that's when I'll send us on over there and get that live stream started. Because I don't want it to start on a break. I definitely don't want I don't like live streams starting on a break. Not my vibe. Not my vibe. Alright, let's see. Scaling rework. Can I fit that? Can I fit the word scaling? Oh my god, it's literally one word too long. One letter too long. One letter. One letter. Oh boy, one letter. We'll just call it scaling instead of scaling rework. That's all. We're at 1250 right now. $125. Yeah, it'd be like 125-ish. So we'll just call it 130 to start the stream, more or less. Also done for that. Okay, we have that made. And let me have a let me get a redirect lined up on here already. Episode 7. There we go. Alright, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're going to work on reworking the entire buff, or the entire damage system, all the stats and everything like that. We're going to make them much higher. It's leveling and all of that. It's a big clean slate rework of everything. The main thing I needed to get done before I did that was getting this potion room reworked in order to have the system set up the way I wanted to make them for how the player is going to make their actual buffs. That was a priority for me to do that first. So now that we got that done, we can start onto a new stream and do that. But in the meantime, we're going to run ads on here while I'm AFK. When we come back, I'm going to redirect you all over to the new live stream for that. But I do want to thank you all for staying around and showing all the love and support that y'all do always show. And give me one moment here and I'll get the game pulled up. And we will see you all when I come back from the break. Probably should have that thing recorded. My bad there. Okay, so what we did so far is we have this set up for a circle collision for XY at a radius of 100, checking for parent enemy collision, which is parent enemy, the object 1 stuff, and the destruction things, which I think We can also just throw in that too. I don't think I use it for anything else. I have to go double check, but so we're gonna do that. And the reason why I'm just like with it is we're gonna do this. And we're gonna tell it to jump to a point. And it's going to check there. And then if true, or if circle collision is false, like there is no collision, then it'll spawn a mob. So we're gonna have the spawn object jumping all over the damn place. That's why I'm like, not the biggest fan of it, but to me this makes the most logical sense. For a very efficient way to do it. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, not spawning a single thing. Let's try and switch this over to true. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. Be true. It sounds like that's. I don't want it to do that, but you know, I don't know. I have no clue. Maybe I'm thinking incorrectly. Who the hell really knows? It's not spawning either way. Okay. Why? If no collisions are found, no one is returned. No one is returned. No one is returned. Not false, but no one is returned. Okay. What was the max value of this again? Come on, old Twitchy. You can do this. Oh, I have horrible hands. It's okay though. Okay. That is fixed. That is fixed. Oh, that is so fixed, baby. That is so fixed. Okay. One thing we can maybe do. Let's go further. Let's go further. Let's go further. No jump to point. Okay. Let's take out the jump to point. We're starting to understand this. So we take these out like that. Okay. Boom. And now instead. Oh no. Why'd you do that to me? Let's just make it check there. Okay. I just want to make sure I got everything. Okay, okay. Range. Was this the... Range 0. Damage 0. Okay. Oh, that spasm was absolutely wonderful. Okay. Oh, it feels good. I did it. We don't have to have a jump 2 or anything. I was just doing it incorrectly. I was stupid. Oh, that's beautiful. I like when I'm just stupid. I like when I'm just stupid. 2,700 mobs? 2,700 mobs. That's the minimum spawning, by the way. That's the minimum spawning, by the way. That's the minimum spawning, by the way. That's not max spawning. That is minimum spawning. That is minimum spawning. Go. Go. Let's see it. Do it. Do it. We were at 57 for our highest before. Let's see what we hit now. With the spawn adjustments. Because overlapping is going to cause problems within itself. I want to minimize that as much as possible. $6,000. 6,000. We hit 6,000 mobs. We hit 6,000. 6,000. 61. 6,100. At a 1080p render. Oh, this is beautiful. 6,200. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going. $62.75. $62.75. $62.75. Absolutely phenomenal. Look at this. Objects despawning, respawning. Look at this. This is fucking beautiful. It's so smooth. It's so smooth. Look at this. There's no issues with performance. Let's come out of the circle. Nothing. It was the mobs spawning on top of each other causing the code problems there. We fixed it all. This shit is smooth with 6,200 mobs on screen. I am fucking happy. That's how it's done. That's good stuff right there. That's good stuff. Holy shit. At a 1080p render. That's the impressive part. Meaning my object size come in good clarity at 1080p is what I mean by that. Because we could do something like this here. This is some fun that we could do. Hold on here. It was 1080p, and then we divided that by 2. Okay, so 480. 320. Is it 320? Yes, it was 320. $320 by 640. Okay. Little itty bitty camera. Now, what we're gonna do is the engine works amazing like this, so we can just simply do this. We are going to Let's see here. A few things we can do here. Come down here, come up over here. Here. Great. Scale. Now, how many times did we say 1080p divided by 320, and that gives us a 3.3 decrease. So we do 1 divided by 3.375. Set scale there. Set scale there. Actually, I can just probably... Here, well, I think I gotta place code in every single one. So we don't have an inherit crate, do we? We do. We do. I'll take it. It's not done. Okay, so there's that. And then enemy, you only need you. And then we'll just do those. We won't do other objects. We can just do those. Let's see if I did this correctly. Almost. They definitely did not adopt those. All we need to do in abilities too. Current abilities. Right here. We need to do that too. That's going to be important. This is just a little fun. This is just a little fun. I want to see mod density. Because this is something I can actually create in the game for the player to have access to. There. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Hold on. Oh, key down. Yeah, key down. Key pressed, actually. Let me just copy these over here. Is it key down? Okay, key down. Oh, what did I key pressed? No, it does make sense, key down. That does make sense, actually. Okay, so now we'll just come over here. We'll see if they just automatically inherit or if we have to force make them inherit. I guess it would just be good practice to make them inherit it. We don't need him to have it, so we won't worry, but we'll worry about it. Let's see at a minimum now what happens. We had 2,700 before for a minimum count. Let's see what we get now. Is that really going to be a lower cap? Why would this be a lower cap? I guess it did hold resolution, to be fair. It actually looks good. I'm actually surprised at how good this looks. Actually really surprised at how good this looks. Did a really good... This engine does a really good job of reducing scale. That's impressive. Well, that's noted. It's actually... And yeah, as I would figure, it'd be less efficient at that point, but... Because I thought it would just pixel. It would cause pixelation. But this preserved integrity. Or preserved quality. Wow. Well, I got to learn something about this engine, so I can't do that. I would have to make entirely new sprites that were the correct size then. Okay. Okay. That is wild. That's cool. Wait, this is the minus one, right? No. Oh, okay. I thought I was on... Okay. I didn't look. That's all that is. That is so cool, though. That actually is really cool. Good to know. Good to know. I've only messed with it in the sense of just reducing the size of things and keeping the camera distance the same. I never actually zoomed in to see what it does. I find that really impressive. And for the only like 500 mobs out of 2,700, which would be like under 20% of an efficiency drop in order to preserve the integrity at a smaller scale. Like, to me, that's not bad at all. I'm just double checking that we're back to normal. I feel like that'd be, I felt like that would be why. Part of me likes it. Part of me likes it. I mean, maybe I could make them smaller as a clear indicator to the player that they are different. At the same time, I love the art. That would be at most. I could probably make a feature of like smaller party or something like that. But that would reduce performance. There we go. Now the game looks normal. Alright, let's double check mob count here. And all that. And then we'll get working back into things. I figure out what to get into next. Oh yeah. That reminds me. I want to try to get the mob switching to actually take place when this is happening. I want to make them try and actually swap places with each other. That's the next goal. I think I know how I can do that. There we go, 2707. That is very consistent. Beautiful. Oh, that is a beautiful minimal mob count. So we got 50 something hundred or 6,200 for a new mob count or something like that. It's just oh, this is why I wanted to take my time with making this and not just give you guys slop on the release. Because I always felt like I could have been doing more. And we're doing more every single time now. So we're learning the engine better, learning how the language wants to be portrayed with, you know, and all that. So it's working amazing. Very, very happy so far. Now, what I want to do, let's do this. See what that does. I don't know if that'll eventually just have a bunch of mobs stacked on top of each other or what's gonna happen, but we'll see. I could go horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. Well, we just made a vacuum. We just made a vacuum. Oh, God. We made a vacuum. Anyways. I'm gonna get rid of all this for right now. That down there is easy to remake, so it's not an issue. To be fair, this code runs over and over again as the interaction happens, so it's always constantly searching, so making it loop isn't going to fix that. How are you going to make... How do they call this referencing again? Where's instance? View in here. No. I'm just blind. Oh, this is definitely not alphabetical order. Okay. Oh no, okay, I don't see it here. It's gonna be a subfolder. Data structures. General variable functions. Asset management. Instances. Instance variables. Could I just do .x and you'll tell the individual instance? Okay, what if I did this then? This could be kind of... Okay, hold on here. Gamemaker magic. What is it? Let me just take this. Thank you. Okay, give me this. Take that. Give me this. Thank you. Let's see what happens. They seem to be just going in one direction though, which I don't like. So we have definitely stopped the grid. And we have created a much more dynamic system that's constantly fluid. So we are on the right steps right now. We are on the right steps. It actually is working a bit. So is there like an instance random or something that we can do? There's gonna be something we can do with this. Very efficient way to do it. I would say furthest, but like depending on where you're at in the room, it'll either work exactly as it's working right now or it'll work differently. Which I guess may not be a bad thing. Depending on where you're located in the room, it'll work different. We can use the nearest and all that. Have it swap between the two essentially. Doesn't seem logical to me though. This may seem weird. This may seem weird to do, but I'm gonna try it. me see what happens here. It goes the same direction. I thought so. But then if we change our location to more midway, like say here, it'll probably change the interaction. No? Still gonna be consistent, huh? Well, on the top, actually. Oh. We have to wait for the grid for... Yeah, consistently, they're going in one direction, one way. Oh, we only got 2,400 mobs as well. Really? So doing this was more efficient? That gave me a higher mob count? I mean, I guess it makes sense. We're adding code to it, but... just want to see, is it really that bad? Let's move to that same location. It was right around this area. It was close enough. It literally is. Interesting. Ah. Yeah. Literally. One line of code. Well, let's go here. Let's try something then. Let's do random 100, random 100. Maybe. Kind of nervous of them going through walls, but... collisions should still occur. Let's see what it does. See if it's... pretty much the goal is don't let it get to a point to where it's like that. And if we can keep them moving enough, then they won't actually stack. I know that's pretty far out there, but I just want to see, because we were starting to get to a point there, but then came an issue. And essentially we use the random number generator as a way for it to check steps. And then it tries to guide itself there. Little bit of collision. They do break themselves. Okay, far more inefficient. We'll toy around with the number until it gets inefficient. Or until we hit back to our 2700. And then that's where we'll know that that's capped out and we can't do anything with that. Maybe we gotta figure out something else within an alarm in order to hold efficiency. About to hit 25. That's 25. That is an even 25. Holy shit, was that an even 25? Wow. So like 200 mobs off. So if we cut it in half, what does it do? We did a 5 times decrease and we got a 200 mob increase roughly. About 300-ish, 2 to 300. So figure we cut that number in half from 100 to 50 and that should equal to the same efficiency. We can get just a little bit more pathfinding. Or area radius checking, at least. Ultimately, still have the same outcome here, but it'll take more for it to occur. No? This one's actually worse. This one's actually worse. Oh. Oh. Oh, never mind. Never mind. So essentially you have to wait for the blockade to occur and then... So it's more inefficient until the blockade occurs. No, we're at 26 for a max. So the more the blockade occurs, the more efficient it'll be. Is that what I'm getting from this? Is that what I'm... I think that's what I'm getting from this. 2606. I think that's what I'm getting from this. That the bigger the number is, the longer it's going to take to hit peak efficiency. So then if we did an... What was my spawn coordinates? What if we did this? What would have happened then? What if I did 0 damage? Let me do 0 damage. Not the thing that holds the damage, dumbass. This is... Here's damage. 0. Right. And our thing had no damage on it as well. This way our health and everything goes the furthest it can. More retesting to this. There you go. No, we're not doing any damage. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to remember this bug. That's free soul levels. Okay. I gotta do it if greater than 1. Or something. I don't know if the gridlock's even going to be able to happen. The spawn points are 6,200 or 6,200, and the map size is 19,000. So the likelihood of you getting a downwards one is good, very, very high. they're just running away. You're running away. Alright, that's not the play. Okay, so there is at a point to where we don't want to go that far. That's good. That's good. I think 100 is a good spot. $26.64. Give it some more time. We should be able to hit that 27. More time. More. No. Just slowly boxing man. We're slowly getting there. That looks like the cap there. 26.64. So 20 is actually a golden number. Very interesting. I feel like that's way too early on the locking. That was way too early. There's got to be a little more play than that. We may have to just lose a little bit of mobs. I mean, we may do 100, but like that was a little ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest. That was unnecessary. And it's because it's directly on top of the player, and then there's nothing free every time they're checking. It's this slight little tuning of everything. See, already happening again. It's a little less now. I guess it's not too bad if they are interacting with the player. $27. And we got our 27 back. Okay. That's where we'll hold it. Okay, cool. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with this. I don't exactly know what we're gonna work on when we come back, but we'll figure it out. I do remember I only run ads when I do take breaks and during support streams, and you're lurking during those times do keep my streams ad-free. Hey everybody, I am back. I didn't run the last ad before coming back, but I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna run the ad on you guys. Didn't even make it 30 minutes before I had to take a break. Here we are. Anyways. Wait, is this snap on? No, it isn't. Well, thank you. Okay, come on, hands. You can do this. Thank you. Lord. Alright, let's take a look at what this looks like. Actually, we should just make the other ones. You've been back on night shifts? Oh, good, man. I hope life's going well for you. And got back into playing Warframe yet again? Well, I hope you had a good break from Warframe, and I hope you're enjoying getting back into it. I haven't played since February. I quit to start on this game. It was no longer therapy for me. Being, having a Lumen permaban over my head, it just was like not my thing anymore. And I just wanted to be QA lead when I started the game. Instead I'm a bot, so we do what we can, not what we want. But don't be discouraged about talking about Warframe. It's completely fine. You know. Yeah, 5 years of it, man, was enough for me. 5 years of it was enough for me. What's sad is, like, by the time that I had gotten to a place where I was comfortable applying for a QA position in Warframe, to where, like, they could hand me a problem and I could sit there and talk them through with it and how I would solve it, because I understood their engine well enough. I had already been well accused and blocked by Rebecca, or well accused of cheating in the game and blocked by Rebecca on Twitter. It's the sad part about the whole thing. Because I don't have any college, like, credentials. I'm all self-taught. I have like 2,000 hours in C++ from back when I was a teenager. I had learned emulating and stuff, and reverse engineered World of Warcraft into a private server for myself to learn coding. I wouldn't recommend doing that nowadays. There's so many tools out there, but, you know, this was like 17 years ago. There wasn't much out there. Is this XP decrease? This engine, though, has been really nice to work with. It's a very novice-friendly engine. And the main reason why I chose it is because they have the best business practice that I have found that isn't just straight open source. So it's a $100 one-time fee for PC, mobile, and browser exports, and $800 a year for console ports, which isn't bad. Unity is $2,200 a year. So, and it's not really user-friendly either, I wouldn't say. Because I do want to make guides on, like, after I complete the game, I'm actually going to be making guides on how I made all of the individual systems so that I could teach people, you know. If a guy with brain damage can come back after 15 years of not coding, and learn coding and make a decent game, you can too. You can too. You wish you played WoW when you were younger? Yeah, I've played WoW since the original beta. Does player XP decrease? I guess we'll call it that just for now. WoW was a fun game. It was a fun game. I never got to a point where I was comfortable applying to them, but I actually always wanted to. I'm kind of glad I didn't, after getting to hear, like, Thor's experience of working for them and everything, because because Thor is only a couple of years older than me. Pirate Software. Y'all, I don't know either or, but yeah. He's only a couple years older than me, so I would have been experiencing the same blizzard he did. So, blessings come in different ways. I still got, like, irreplaceable experience in gaming, just due to the amount of games I played and how hard, like, heavy I played them, especially when it came to content creation. It's given me a lot of knowledge of, like, what do I want to see in a game, why do I like seeing that in a game, and all of that type of stuff. Because making a game, most of it is thinking about how do you want the player to feel, more than anything else. And, like, how do you want the player to feel, and then after that, you go off of that, and that's how you make everything else in the game. Skyrim and a Warframe? Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, that's how I approach game making. Is at least to me personally, I should say. That's how I approach game making. You can approach, like, there's a million different ways to approach, you know, making a game. But for me, I approach it from the aspect of how do I want the player to feel, and that's kind of what I go off of. And I keep working towards it until I start feeling that feeling. Oh, we didn't change the last one. Right, well, at least they know. I know they work visually, so. Oh, yeah, I see what I did wrong here. But how you been enjoying Warframe since you came back? And how long of a break did you take as well? Oh, it's been... I don't think you came... I think you missed my Balloons run. Did you miss my Warframe endurance run while playing Balloons? I don't remember if you were here for that. You might have quit before then. I think you stopped coming around shortly before that. You think so? Do you remember me doing a 33-hour long Steel Path Annie with Mag while playing Balloons TD6? And AFKing the run with a hand cam on? And running auto hotkey macros on Balloons? Well, Warframe is running. Oh. Oh, it was great, man. It was great. Oh, it was a wonderful time, man. It was... Yeah, man. That's what I did when they... when my 2-month suspension ended, that's what I came back and did. I wanted to show DE, I'm not the problem. Your developers are. It's not my problem. I'm not a cheater, I'm not a bot. I just understand your coding. I have been playing your game for fucking over 10,000 hours. And I don't play games like a normal person does. I see lines of code when I play a video game. I don't see what normal people see. I don't see visual effects and stuff like that. I see the code behind the visual effects and stuff like that. That's what my brain more or less sees in a vague fashion, if you will. And then my brain can like understand how to manipulate that and use it all to my benefit. That's all I do. Fix your game. It's not my problem. I didn't get any... That actually was no suspensions or anything on my account, but I quit shortly after. I was happy to not get any suspensions done on my account and everything. That was cool. But like they didn't go back on what they said. So it was still like you could be banned. You know, and it's like at that rate, I don't feel like fucking dealing with it. I really don't. They can go have fun and make the game they want to make. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to make the game I want to make. And that's it. It's as easy as that. This is going to be a $5 game at the end of the day. Even though there's a lot of work going into it, I'm only selling it for $5. That's why I run the support streams too. Because they will be running further like once I release the game and everything. I'm going to be a full-time content creator that does coding. I'm going to code my video games on stream and talk with my community and all that, and release my games at a lower price because you can come over and support me while I'm actually working on the coding. You know? Oh yeah, I think the hate got a new augment out with Nightwave. I think it was the hate. I think it was hate. I think like a lot of the stalker weapons got new augments from what I was hearing on watching other streams. I think it was Gamble I heard that on. I don't remember. Gamble, Suckmud, IF, Moog, one Nev, I don't know. The list goes on and on. Nova, I don't know. I heard it on somebody's stream. I wish Flo streamed more. It was good to see him streaming Warhammer today. It was good to see. Okay. Let's go ahead and test these, just opening the level thing here. You got Smoking Body Ephemera? Did you want that? If you didn't have it, I mean, you always want it if you don't have it, so... Ooh, why is that, why does escape not want to work? Alright, we got an error, so let's fix this real quick. What are you talking about? Why don't you... Escape for Soul Tick. Do I actually need that? Wait, do I need this code in here? Or am I overwriting code? I think I'm overwriting code here. I don't think I need that escape. What does this do? Oh, no, this is fine. Okay, so what are you talking about? Not set before read. What in the actual tarnation do you mean? Not set before reading. You are right here. Can we talk about this? Yeah, level counter equals true. That's weird. Nope, you have 2 BPs for it? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I meant the ephemera. I meant the ephemera. Oh. Oh, there was a meme. Oh, there was a meme. That was a meme. Okay. Okay. You see, I don't know whether to take that seriously or not, only due to the fact that, what does this do? Only due to the fact that, I know people that have gone years without getting some of the items on Stalker. That's just Warframe drama. I know who you're talking about. I also know of the other drama with him too. All I gotta say behind all of it is, you do what you do. You do what you do, I guess. I don't know. I'm just over here. I'm just over here. Just typing out lines and watching them break and trying to figure out how to fix them. That's all I'm doing. It's crazy though. It's crazy to see what's going on over there. You had hate, but you needed weapon slots, so you sold it like an idiot. Rough. 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 Could have vendored out like any number of dojo items and such like that. But that's rough. Kuva Norcore. Nucore's fun. I love Kuva Nucore. That is such a fun weapon. Okay, yeah, I'm confused here. Why? Oh, for soul tick. Oh, oh god, I'm fucking stupid. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank God. Oh my God. Oh. I love when it's something simple like that. Oh, it's so relieving, but I feel so stupid at the same time. Forgot to change the value in the other thing. So. Okay, so that works in concept. We just need to change things around now. Good. That's all I needed to do. Was this here was still, like, I changed the value here that used to be level counter, a level underscore counter, to level underscore tick for this unique individual object. But I didn't change in here that if this was true, because you can see level counter here. So it was trying to read a variable that didn't even exist within the object. Yeah. And we just kind of need to go through and just change all the code. Just essentially we'll start from the top and then we'll go down one slot each and just double check everything is okay. And we'll do that for every object, and then we can give it a quick little testy poo, and we'll go from there. The math on those are just placeholders, because I still need to sit down and do the math myself on what I want to do. If you're wondering, Curtis, on what we're working on currently, you kind of just came in the middle of me working on a system. I have a few different ways for the player to be able to kind of speed up or automate their farming, and what we're working on right now is a way for the player to be able to change these values to enact fast scaling for either the enemy or the player. That's why we have the two different decreases. And essentially, you see how fast the scaling is right here. But if we change this over to the default that I have currently, it'll look more like this. Actually, I can change it to a more of an impossible number that won't ever even get hit. We'll change it to 200 instead. And what it does is every second it detects how many kills you have done. And if you meet the criteria of the kills that you're going to be able to scale downwards from, you will enact the fast scaling mode. So that when you're in the stages of power creep and you're not to where the actual end game, like your end game is for your current level, you're going to level significantly faster, and you'll be able to modify the rate at which that leveling occurs and stuff like that. But yeah, this is what the actual system looks like without the fast scaling right now. As you can see, it's fast, but it's nowhere near as fast. And it does have exponential, I call it exponential light scaling. It's not true exponential scaling, but it is fairly close to the equation. It's an equation that I generally like using for exponential values because it's easier for a player to understand than true exponential math. But as you can see, it drastically slows down on that. You saw we were in the 90s or something like that before within a couple seconds. But you can see how drastically slower everything is coming now. Or is going now. Still relatively fast scaling for the enemy scaling, but the player scaling slows down to absolutely nothing. But regardless, your scaling will slow down the longer you go on everything. I just have the enemy scaling set slower than the player scaling. Yeah. Well, it's a very basic equation. Very basic, and it's not really a high scaling equation because this is a game more based off of high levels than it is based off of meaningful levels, if you will. So you'll be used to having an abundance of levels, but they won't be as meaningful as they are in other games. So like the player scaling normally, it raises by 25%. So essentially what this does altogether to give you the new equation of your XP to level, I do player scale, which is a innate equation that I have over in, where are you? You're over here. I moved this in locations because I made a bunch of new objects. Player scale here is baseline is 90. So essentially that number there, come back over here just so you can have the visual eye for it. It'll take that number there and then it'll multiply it times 0.25. And then afterwards you'll have player scale here, which takes this number here, adds this number into player scale, and then shoots out a new player scale, and then multiplies that times the player's number, and then that's what your XP becomes. And enemy works exactly the same, but it has a significantly lower amount. It's only 5% instead of 25%. And then the fast scaling system itself, what it does is it takes your XP out to level, and then it divides that number by your XP decrease, which will be a number that you can adjust yourself as a player by investing points into. And then you'll have things like you can adjust the tick rate of that happening. You can adjust how many souls how many actual like souls free it takes to have the trigger happen and all that. But yeah, that's the system I'm currently working on right now. Because as you do get higher in levels, it gets exponentially slower. Like to hit crit cap in here is level 10,000. So when you're seeing, you know, level 100, 200 and stuff like that, you can have an idea that it's not really that high of levels for the game. Yeah, I'm trying to slowly add things to... This is only the very first mission. It's the most simplistic of missions. It'll be a farming mission for you to... One of the many farming missions, because endless missions are actually going to be where you predominantly can get your experience from. And then you'll have more in and out missions that are going to be based off of different things. Like, I'm going to be making missions that are influenced by like Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, and then I'll also have boss fights that are influenced by things like Final Fantasy and stuff like that, like Final Fantasy Online. It's just I want my farming missions. I typically don't like the fact that farming missions don't really feel too engaging or rewarding. If they do feel engaging, they feel overly engaging for the reward you get. So I'm trying to make something that just feels more rewarding for the player's time. And if the player so wants to just kind of AFK it, and they don't have, you know, they just want to leave the game running, they can go ahead and do that, because I've already made a system in the game where they're able to scale themselves on endless missions. Over here, you have this auto reset, and then this transfer amount, what it does is it reduces the amount of levels and a percentage that you carry over after you die into the new one. So if you don't have any points in this, whatever you end with here carries over. So you do get diminishing returns run per run. So unless you invest into that, you really can meet a lot of heavy diminishing returns, because you're obviously going to hit the same endpoint every time. So your levels per run aren't going to be as much, unless... And the only way that can change is if you invest in a massive amount of points into the other scaling system that we have over here. If you invest into this, you can actually counteract that and make it more or less the same. Or if you invest into both of them, you can get a significant amount of more levels per day and stuff like that. also you're able to have this go over 100%, so it can take out all your levels and store it for you and then have you start out at 0 every time. Or you can have it to where you can go over that and go have, like, say up to, like, it's not even up to, it's endless how I have it. Go up to, say 200% extra levels you get. So in one mission, if you get level 100, you'll actually get 300 levels from it on reset. And it's a very, even though there's a lot going on, it's a very lightweight game. I'd have to go into my RAM usage to know exactly how much it uses, but what I can tell you is it's never in the top 10 of my RAM usages. So that's nice. And CPU usage on a Intel 10400 that's not overclocked, I'm using 2% of my CPU right now. GPU as a 2060. That's a little bit more because it's slightly more GPU heavy on my coding currently, but that I think is at like 30%. 30% for that in unique, but in total right now, because I'm using everything else over here, more closer to around 60%. So, but I have 2 different internet browsers going, about 5 different windows, the engine running on top of it, and I have the game running. So I think it's understandable on a 2060 to be using about 60 to 70% of your GPU usage. That's in total, so so it's good overall. I can run this game at a solid 60 FPS on a what is it called? A Ryzen 3 2200G with a 1050. NVIDIA 1050 for the GPU. So that's my test computer, and I also use testing for internet browser. This is almost stable enough to run on browser. Almost. I just have to adjust the spawn numbers slightly, but the player is going to be able to adjust their own spawn numbers, so it doesn't matter. You can adjust the spawn numbers to wherever the hell you want to be. Currently, I have it set at 400, but I'm going to have it in the game to where the player themselves can set it, so if they have a better computer than I have, it isn't going to be too hard to do. They can increase the mob count themselves to have more mobs, or if they have a lesser computer, or if they want to run a different game while they're farming at the same time, they can reduce their mob count so that their game runs more stable, that they're actually playing. I'm making the game very customizable for the player. Very, very customizable. It's just going to be a fun game of farming and getting to do high-level in-and-out missions that are mechanic intensive. It's pretty much where I'm going with the game at this point. Yeah, just a nice, enjoyable game. Online is a pending thing. I need to see how well I can encrypt information. I don't exactly want a situation like with most peer-to-peer games where you can have your IP just out in the open. I know it really doesn't matter for most people, but I don't want people to have to like worry about possibly getting harassed like that or feeling like they may need a VPN or something. I want to give some level of encoding for it, and I want to see if I can go past the JSON encoding, but this does have JSON encoding on it, but like, I don't know, JSON encoding has got to be like one of the, it's a basic form of encryption and it works, but it's also the easiest form of encryption to break. So I want to see if I can do more with encryption based off of network feed and all that before I implement anything when it comes to online. And yes, that does come from personal experience. Yes, that is a pure reason as why. I fucking hated getting DDoSed. I don't know who DDoSed me, but I was fucking getting DDoSed. I was able to see packets and everything in my logs. And it took a lot to hold back looking at the IP address and just thinking about what I could do with it. It took a lot to hold back. It took a lot to hold back. Just tell myself, you don't do that anymore. You don't do that anymore, Baker. You don't do that. Fucking wander my way into your damn PC. Oh. Oh. VPNs are just an obfuscating tool. You could still be found. Oh, God. I really don't want to ever have to be like that ever again. I just want to sit here and make my game and be happy. I have experience in that because of playing during the days of World of Warcraft when people would DDoS each other commonly. We used to DDoS each other out of fun. So... it got bad. It got bad. It got really bad back in the day. We were having fun, just screwing with each other. Absolutely just massacring each other's computers. Oh, God. Not healthy. Not healthy to trust people that much. I guess when everybody can do the same thing, I mean... it's kind of even playing ground. Yeah, that would be the least of what we would do for fun, but we would do it commonly. Like, we would fight each other against each other in rated battlegrounds or arena. And if we really didn't feel like dealing with the other, or the other was pissing us off in some fashion, we would DDoS them offline. So, like, if you kited me too hard, I could just DDoS you offline if I played with you before, because we used, what was that? We used Skype back then, and back then, I don't know if Skype has fixed it, but back then you used to be able to grab IPs really easy through Skype. Really, really easy. It was so easy to grab IPs through Skype. Yeah. This is what we would do. That was when VPNs were really kind of just first starting to really be used. They were so bad. VPNs were so bad back then. They were so bad. You had better luck just making your own VPN. It was such better luck just making your own. Alright, I think we changed everything around here. Yeah, the main thing is I just don't endorse that type of, I guess we could call it black hat hacking, if you will. I don't really endorse it. Like, I don't endorse emulating current games and stuff like that. If a game's, like, out of circulation, I'm less in the line of to say, like, I think it's wrong to do it. Like, I think if you own a copy of it, you should be allowed to have it, like, figure out how to make it run on your PC. And not like a 30 fucking year old piece of technology or something like that, you know what I mean? I do believe that. I do believe that. Should be allowed to do that type of stuff. It's either that or you need to provide people that have bought the original copy a way to play it on their own computers. I mean, if you want to do that, go ahead. I don't think it's worth the space, though. I don't think it's worth the money. I honestly, I don't believe it's worth the money. I believe it's better just to let people learn how to reverse engineer and stuff like that. Just let them do it that way. I think it's much easier. What are we gonna call this one? Level E decrease? Oh, this is P. Level P decrease. Whoopsie. I don't know. I'm one of those people that kind of sit on Thor's side when it comes to the whole argument that currently is going on with the preserving of games. I know that puts me into a very hot take, but I more believe like we should just be allowed to reverse engineer the things without like fear of it, and not as long as we're not doing it for commercial reasons. That's my simple input on it. Like it's a very simple input. I don't believe that a company should have to put forth a shit ton of money to try and figure out that end of things. But do I believe that they should be willing to surrender? Like, the fucking grip of control that they try to hold? Oh yeah, I fucking believe that. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Because I do believe there is definitely a middle ground on it, and I just hope that that initiative brings about good talk. Because that's my input on it. Like, I definitely agree with the prospect of it, but as for how they want to go about it, oh God, that's expensive. That shit is expensive, what they're trying to suggest. I don't think people have an idea, like, how expensive that can be for some games. Really don't think they understand. Games are complex. The most simplistic of the games still have even a lot of coding. Yeah, and some of these AAA titles and everything that are actually good titles and everything, like say even Warframe. You imagine telling Warframe they would have to figure out a way for it to work appropriately? What? Wouldn't it just be easier to tell people once the game dies if you could figure it out, have fun? You don't have to worry about legal repercussion as long as you're not making, like, financial, like, profits from it? Or any financial gain from it? Like, fucking hell, that game is... There's no way in hell I would ever ask Warframe to do that. It's fun watching teachers pull PowerPoints out without internet? Yeah. 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 Bro, I remember floppy disks. I remember DDoSing my school's internet just because my friend said you couldn't do it. Risky, bro. I wouldn't endorse that, but it's good shit. It's like, can you do it? Oh yeah, you could do it. I don't. Should you do it? I don't know so much about that. Oh. Did you work with your school to try to figure out maybe how to prevent it? It was really risky, but I still did it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I think hacking is fine, to be completely honest, but it's not, like I said, like black hat hatting or hacking really just isn't my thing. But if you do ethical hacking, I guess is what you could call it, like, I'm completely good. I think there's no place in the world for you to say that it's not a good thing, in my honest opinion. It's, we need people out there like that. For sure your computer... Well, I mean, they probably, like, you do it once, they're not going to, like, they're likely not going to suspend you if you're a decent student and all that. Decent enough, like, you get good grades and everything, but, like if you were to sit there and consistently DDoS the school, I'm sure they'd eventually end up, like, sitting you down and, like, being like, okay, listen, we know it's you. You need to stop. But like a one-time thing, it's like, okay, whatever, you know. You can't blame a student if it happens once. Let's put it that way. That's what I'm getting at. You know, like, even though it can look like it was clearly them and everything, if it only happens one time, it's typically, and you don't have eyes on it happening, it's going to be typically hard for you to immediately put blame on it. And if you're a good school, you're going to just let it slide and just keep a close eye. I do say good school, because, of course, bad schools can happen. Alright, let's set these values differently here and check. Could manage to do it. I mean, it's impressive. Why would you want to get rid of a student like that? That's an immense amount of potential. Alright, we're going to be getting ready here after I test this to go take a break, though. My head is kind of fried right now. Alright, let's test this out, though. Oh, son of a bitch. I really just throw another if in there. Just for shits and giggles, I guess we do. I mean, if it doesn't fuck with the performance, I honestly don't give a shit. Too many ifs, though, it can really just kind of fuck with everything. But I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it because this engine is fucking weird sometimes. This is the most bizarre engine I've used sometimes, I will say. It has very unique little things. Like, I think it was yesterday, I had to put an alarm somewhere to make sure that it would delete something at the correct time, because even though I programmed two different things to run off the same key binding and set a variable in there to detect whether that object was there or not, it would still run both of the code at the same time, even though I told it not to run it if it was there, because what it was doing was actually running it on the step after. So what I had to do was create an alarm to run 2 steps after that to delete it so that it wouldn't run that. It's like the type of little stupid shit I have to do sometimes with this engine. Sounds good, Curtis. You take care, man. Thank you for stopping by. And, I really hope you get some good sleep before you have to go back into work, man. Overnight shifts that are long like that are really rough on the body. If you're not built for overnight, like your body doesn't naturally like it, that's really rough on you, man. So, I hope you get good sleep. It takes a unique person to be built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Normal people are not built for night shift. Sounds good, man. You take care of me. Okay, so I feel like we're gonna have to enter in a bunch of different things here with this if level tick. Do I have like that over here? Oh, that's right. The scale input's gonna have to have all that code in it. Okay, okay, we're working our way there. We're gonna fix this GUI thing and then we're gonna take our break. As long as we get that fixed right now, that'll be my good base to stop at. We got a good amount of coding done. But it hit me like a Mack truck here. Luckily there wasn't much like really intense thinking here. Or there wasn't any really thinking to be done at all, which was nice. I didn't have to think, which made it so that I could get a little bit more work done than I before last break. So, yay. Okay, take that, enter that in as true. I think that should work now. No, it shouldn't do that. I feel like we'll probably be able to clean that up more, to be honest with you, but for right now... this will be a good place to start. Okay. Why did that happen when I hit escape? Interesting. I'll have to fix that. Alright. It's fine. It's fine, Baker. You'll fix it. You'll fix it, don't worry. You'll fix it. Baker, is your brain frying? Let's just not talk about where I'm at right now, okay? Can we please just not talk about where I'm at? Okay, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank you all that did stay around for the break. Let's go ahead and exit. Okay, so we're just going to do 100 in each one of these. We don't really need to do the rest of this. We already have our idea of what we're doing. So let's go ahead and implement. This is going to make this code really easy. It's going to make this code easier. We just keep this the same. I think we just keep it the same. It's just the enter we gotta do. Right here. This thing. Essentially this code here. And then we change the values around appropriately. Okay, one moment. Okay. Let's see here. So then we say... guess we just throw in else's just to clean things up, I guess. Let's say level tick. Soltic. This thing is this here. That is okay. Soltic. And destroy. That's all we gotta do. That is all we gotta do. This is why I take a while on my systems, is I try to make their mass implementation as simple as possible. So, sometimes my systems take longer than they should, but it's due to... Let me get rid of that object there. I do not need all those variables there. We do not need that situation there. Oh, man. That just became really confusing for me. Why are you still there? Why are you still there? I'm so ready to fight you. Oh boy. Oh boy. What was this? Actually, these are the wrong variables. That's level tech, that is correct. But this one. What was this one? Did we make it? Did we not make this one yet? We're just gonna throw this back in here. I don't know if we... Oh, it is level. Okay. Okay. Like I said, all those variables just kind of screwed me up. They screwed me up there. Okay. Okay. I feel like that's just going to be the easiest way to do it. This isn't going to affect how many mobs are on screen, so making an array for this isn't actually necessary at all. Because this would be an array, and then I would have it feed in the center. So it would have less things to have to read through. It'd just be like center and run, this way. But it's completely unnecessary here. Because I don't know if in here, if I can create an array from different values from different objects. I don't think that's possible. Unless they were globals. I actually don't think that is possible. So I guess like a switch would probably be the only other way to do this. Which I don't find necessary. Plus I don't have a realistic default. Okay, so let's set these values to things just so I can mess around with them. Right. Okay. Did I edit these things? Oh, this is the next thing I need to edit with this. Hold on. I need to edit how this approaches each one of these. Because some of them have to be as and minus and like all of that. Okay, so level counter obviously would be a subtraction. Level tick. That'll be a subtraction. And this was a percentage that we wanted to do. Well, it was a percentage remove, but outside of that it was, yeah, divided by 100. Because it was 100 points per one we wanted. I think this one we have to wait until we set up the time source to completely understand. For right now, what we can do, I guess, because we're gonna need this. This is just for testing purposes, and we can kind of set that differently. I guess this is something we're gonna have to adjust in the step values too, is if the ones that are designated with caps, if they go above the cap. That's something else we're gonna have to do. My brain just shut off. You were wondering what just happened there. That was my brain shutting off. Okay, we may have to just, this is I think where we're calling it for the night. Because I'm not going to go take another break after 10 minutes. 12 minutes if you will. I'll just get ready for a support stream. And did the best I could today. And did the best I could today. And come back tomorrow and we'll see what we can get done. That's all it is. We'll come back tomorrow and we'll see what we can get done. Alright, everybody. We're gonna end off here, like I said, and we'll come back tomorrow and we'll work some more on this system. We're getting close to having it done, at least. We're getting close. So, I can't be unhappy about that whole thing. Alright. I don't know where the game is in a runnable state right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and just Launch one of my older versions up here. Okay. Alright, everybody. We will... Let's see what else is there to do here. Oh, yeah, that's right. Need to... Let me get up the stream as well. Like I said, my brain is kind of shut down. I'm getting there, though. We're getting there. Okay. That is up in that regard. Now I need to get all these tabs moved over so I don't accidentally tab it over there. Bring that over here. Bring this over here. Okay, everything else is over here. Everything else is over here. Awesome. Okay. And let me come over here. Boom. Close down that one. Yeah, sleep page. Okay. Oh shit, I was playing at the same time. My bad. That might have been a little confusing. I thought I had paused it. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and end off here, like I said, and send you all over to a support stream. I do want to thank you all for showing all the love that you do continue to show. And if I can find my mouse cursor, we'll be good. Okay, there we go. And we will see you all tomorrow for another stream. Remember, you can lurk about in the support stream. Okay, there we go. I keep forgetting to record. Really bad with that. But, so what we're going to do to make this, try and make this more consistent on our number, is we're going to use our X. We're going to use a base number, and we're going to have that number be compared to everything. We also could use a max value as well for it, but given where we have it spawning right now, I figure that's just going to work well. I think what we actually will do, instead of just setting it for a direct value like that, or a read value, we're going to give it a direct value, and we're going to make sure it's an exact coordinate so that it's going to be more consistent. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's like, you just gotta get a little sleep, and you'll be good the next day. Be good the next day. 817. That's where we're starting. That's our base. Our base is 817. Now our question is what is our max? What would our max be? We have, it's a 992 plus 175, 1167. That would be our max. Let's make a max just in case. A max as well. And we do. Okay. Right. So we're still going to use this system here, but what we're going to do, instead of the before, I want to do base. Do base, or we could do max. Max would always be a good subtraction, and we could start it from the beginning on it. Otherwise, we would always want it before, because the number is always going to be smaller. Let's try it with base first, because that's where my brain was at. We'll do that. And that. Let's see if that makes things more consistent. We may want to do max. It may make the calculations better, but I'm just going to see something. I like when you don't show. I like it a lot when you don't show. Loading game. So, we got that like that. Let's go ahead and we're gonna put that other hovering back in again. It was causing problems before, but maybe if we put it back in now that we did this, it'll work better. I don't know. We're gonna see. Go. $817. $14,102. Okay, that's definitely not even. Why? 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 Why isn't that wanting to be consistent? Let's try it with max. Maybe there is something with that. Maybe it's with all three of them. Does not seem logical. Does not seem logical in my head. Maybe there's something wrong with this part here. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with that part. Maybe the parentheses is making it count weird even though it shouldn't. Maybe I should make it a pre-value and then have that value be the value. Actually, could be an idea. Let's try this first. And then we're gonna separate this from this value here, and we're gonna make it a different value up here, and then we're gonna make that value read to that. Then we'll see if that makes things consistent. $817. 15,680. That's nowhere near correct. Okay. Okay. Maybe we set it to an actual, just straight value instead of adding and subtracting. Oh, let's try that next. Anyways, 817. 14,644. No, we're at. Oh. Let me try this. At this rate, what is it honestly gonna hurt? Maybe just straight setting values. We'll keep messing around until we get it right. Three. $345. 345. Oh my god. We did it. I think. No? Oh, god damn it. That was so close to consistent. That is very close. Yeah, but the problem is it can literally be off by just 1 to 2 numbers on the scroll bar. That's the annoying part about it. We got it. I think we got it. I think we actually got it now. 335. 15. I think we got it now. Okay, alright. So what was happening was that second line of code was double running things and causing inconsistencies. And now we're in a better spot. We're getting there. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Now we're getting consistent numbers. Because that's the main thing I wanted, was the consistent numbers in the way of how it detects the scrolling. Because the way I'm using the scroll detection right now on the numbers is actually based off the XY. And because that was double running sometimes, I guess because sometimes it would be like in contact but not in contact, just really quick, it would probably double run it. And that's where I'm guessing the randomness that would come about, or we wouldn't get the same number twice. So it's at least figured out in that regard. I want to switch these. I think that's going to make it go in the correct order for me. No, you still want to do that? Interesting. At least we're getting a consistent number every time. 335. We got 15. Okay. All right. Now I'm trying to figure out if I want to try to work this number into a number that can associate with my spawn value number, my spawn density number. Or do I work... I guess it really doesn't matter. I can just do either or and just make like this. I look at the values here. I got 15 and 320, and I can kind of just figure things out with that. And then that can just get transferred into some type of fucking number there that just gets spit out differently. I would like it though to be spit out as a solitary percentage. That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. What if I did something like this? This may seem weird. This may work. Give it a moment here. This may not make any sense, but if this just detects correctly to the pixels, then everything works fine. Alright. No, you're not wanting to. Oh, we're not adding one. We're not adding one. We're not adding one. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Let me add. And then this would be minus. Actually, we could just make this minus. That. Maybe assign a decimal or something. I'd have to create it to be a decimal, and then I can convert it over. But yeah, I mean, that is an idea. 100%. 67. Oh, we're hitting 3. 67. 3. Oh, no, okay. Well, that's not bad. We're hitting the same values here. Okay, so we are definitely seeing consistency in things. What if I just did like 1 and then like -1? Is that literally going to work exactly the same for me though? Even though we tried this yesterday and it was having a little bit of issues being consistent, but this gives me the ability, like if it does work at least, then I know like the other parts of my code were wrong yesterday that I've corrected already. But this just allows me to know the freedom that I'm going to have for consistency and value setting and the values I can have and the math I'll be able to use to do whatever I need to do. $67, and it's gonna go back down to 3, 4, 3, yeah. 67 and 3. We're still getting the 67 and 3 every time. Okay, so that's good. I know it's a little janky on the detection right now, but we are gonna be fixing that. We're gonna be working on it. Oh, I think I know how we can actually fix that. Hold on here. Give me a moment. What we're going to do is we can do a clicked. We can run through here and to have it detect clicks, so you just click on it once and then you can freely move it back and forth no matter where you go. So the player doesn't have to worry about that. I personally don't like settings where I have to hold and drag over. I don't like that ever anyways. So if I could just like click it and then drag it over where I want and click again and it confirms it there, for me I always find that easier than having to click and hold. I can also allow the player to do either or as well. So I can just set up both of those. Okay. Let's work on that later. I'm gonna work on this first. Alright, so what are we gonna do here? Why can't we get that to a 0? If we start at 0, why doesn't that want to go back to 0? Could be because we're not hovering over this thing anymore. So the hitbox would have to be slightly bigger so it would go to the actual end. Do we even need to be that precise? And then the other question is on the slider, what is the equation we're going to use for that to meet correctly? We started at a 1 point, or the max density is 1.2. The minimum density we want is a 3 times. 3 times meaning 3 times the FPS value set, so it won't go under whatever your FPS is times 3. And that's your CPU steps, not your actual FPS, but it's more or less, it's just to allow the player to have the performance they desire. That's what I'm thinking of too. I'm thinking if we just extend out, like, as a very simple ghetto fix, if you will, would be something like this more than likely. We just come over here, we grab collision mask, we mode manual, and then we just come out here like this. We know it's going to be like, what, 3 pixels essentially, so we can say left -3, like that. And then that will probably hit us to 0. Now we got 2. So 3 gave us 1 value. So 9. As you can see though, it's a very simple, easy ghetto fix. If I want to secure the fact that we'll get 0 every time, here it is. But I'm going to be using a different number value there in general, but it will be nice to know that I can actually hit a solitary 0. I got 1. You're maybe going -12. Why aren't you wanting to see the 0? Why don't you want to see 0? Can we talk? God, I should really don't want to see the... Oh, there's a 0. There we go. Okay. It would have to be, we know it's 3 pixels per 1, so you divide 3 and you add 1 extra pixel, I guess you'll add. And then like that would secure you maybe a little bit better, and then you could set the slider to work a little bit better in the way of interactions, and then there you go. If you wanted to like 0 to whatever there and guarantee you're going to be hitting 0, this will pretty much give you a very ghetto line of security about it. Otherwise, what you can do is you would come into here and you would set that if x equals base or max, then it sets that number to that or something like that. But you're still going to be left with a bit of inconsistencies. But yeah, those would be the only ways, really. At least like in a very quick, easy fashion to fix things. I'm gonna take a sip of water here real quick though. You said slider. Maybe when... Oh, I said slider as 3. I could probably set slider as 3. Probably. But I don't think that's the issue, though. I think it's more of a detection with the mouse on the object itself. But let me try that. Set slider. What would slider to 3 be? Oh yeah, start this out at 3 maybe. That's what would make sense to me and what you're referring to. Now we're getting a 70, and we're getting a 6. No. You mean different? Oh, you mean set a differential of -3 to it? Oh, so just essentially come into here and then make sure there's a differential of -3 added into each of these. That's what you're getting at here. Essentially that. Is that what you're getting at? I don't know how to explain what just happened here, man. I don't know. Am I? I don't know. Like, set position to whatever mob count as 3. Yeah, you'd be looking for a differential of 3 then. So let's go ahead and maybe we can relative this. And then we take spawn value and we'll throw it into here, and that'll maybe work. Oh, actually, we could just do 1 -3 here. Like that. And then this one would be -1 -3. Is that what my brain is saying correctly? Because if we want to do a differential of 3 and we need to make sure the 3 is the backwards end of things, I guess we could leave the addition the same, but the subtraction has to be made sure we have a differential of 3 in it. And I guess that will probably end up making it hit 0. Right. I felt like that was going to do something wrong there. So -1 -3, and then we do +1 plus, we do a +3 here then, and then the differentials will make up for themselves and then hopefully equal out and then give the exact number required. No, we're getting, I mean, we're getting the same numbers, but it's further off. Am I thinking of that correctly when it comes to differentials? I think I'm thinking of my math correctly on that. We'll try spawn values in it. But it's just going to do pretty much the same thing there, just bigger numbers. Well, not even bigger numbers. Pretty much will be exactly the same here. We're going to have that craziness of the equations before there, or the numbers. The negative and all that. Okay. I'm gonna ignore all that. I'm just gonna ignore all that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here to look at a percentage, and we're gonna have to make this a percentage. Okay, so we can do POS current divided by the max number, I'm gonna guess, and then with that max number, something like this. Take that number and that number, right? And we create that. And then we can turn that. Let me just see if this gives me the correct decimal values that I am looking for. Are you talking the actual equation that it detects to tell you, to the game to tell it how many mobs to spawn? Is that what you're asking for? Okay, there we go. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, we have our percentage here. Somewhat have our percentage. Okay. I don't like that it doesn't go to 1, but we have some type of baseline percentage here. Anyways, no, like the idea. The idea is that it'll continue running your CPU steps down until it's within a multiplier of your FPS. So essentially, if mob count was 3, it wouldn't be a negative, it would be like a 3. If mob count is 3, it's your FPS times 3. And then that becomes 180, and then it won't go under 180 steps. If you have it set to max, which is 1.2, it'll multiply it times 1.2, and it won't go under that, which is like, what, 75 or some shit like that? 80? I'll take a sip of water. And pretty much what that does is it allows for interactions to take place and the little extra steps for the interactions. When you're at the max settings for things, at least. Okay, I actually have an idea here. It just clicked on me. If I can just do a +1, -1, right? It doesn't even matter the values. I can do fucking 10,000 if I want. As long as I can do that and I can make those consistent, then I can make a max range, and then I can have a current range, and then have those divide, and that'll always make sure that it's always at 0 when it starts, and it always has a max value, so then the percentages will always equal up together with each other. There we go. Done. Okay. We have our certain amount of steps, then we can make the percentage meet up to everything else in the thing, and essentially say, like, if for, like, essentially for every, we can set up a loop even if I wanted to, for every point or some shit like that, it will immediately then, like, loop it one more time and add a certain amount set variable, and that variable will be based on a percentage there, and then that will read over into the mob cap count and then loop that around enough times to meet that to the number that's required for it, whether it be going up or down. Simple. Because we're going to be turning it into a percentage, so then it's going to know how many times to loop it regardless of that, because it will have a whole number on that, so we can tell it to just loop that number. On. Okay. So we know it was 67 was our highest value, and we have our min value of 3. One would be the most ideal there. So our POS max becomes 67. Like that. And then this sets at 0. Oh, wait. We need that. I need that. They're placeholder numbers. We're going to be slowly turning them over into a percentage. 67 will be 100%, and then we'll be setting... I'm just going to extend out the brackets a little bit there, like I did that little ghetto fix there to give us a 0. And then we'll be able to obtain a 0 percentage with that, or we'll go to a 1 in order to obtain 1%, essentially. And that'll give us our 1 to 100 value. And then we can just take my values that I want for everything, and then I can just divide them by 100. Like, essentially, I have my highest value for my number multiplier and my lowest number for my multiplier for the mob spawning. And then I can figure out how many placements I want in between those, or to have 100 placements in between those. And then I have that number read off of a loop, is what we're doing. So that it knows how many to set it to. So we're just using this number to come out with a whole number, and then, or with a percentage number to turn into a whole number, or a decimal number, and then we turn that into a whole number, and then that whole number becomes our loop number. Yeah. That's where we're at right now, and we're going to test that to see if that works. Okay, so we have max in there. So we want a number. We're going to need to make a number to go up before this number here. Because we can use POS current, but we can't. No, we can't. We have to use that for that detection there. So we'll need to create one more value here in order to have that number going upwards or downwards, so that the division works appropriately and it has a number to divide to. And we shouldn't have to relative it, or we don't have to relative it. We'll just set it to, and then that'll give that. Okay, so we take out current. POS count. We're gonna rename this one because we're not using it. And we're gonna start that at 0. Right. This is less than. That's plus, and we're gonna need POS count. POS count. Okay, so it goes +1 minus. This is a +1, this does a -1, and then we have a division occur between the count number and the max number, and then that spits out to spawn value itself. Okay, well, we can potentially hit that. We just need to. But we're good. There's 100. We set that back to go a little bit further, and we'll be able to hit 0. Or 1. So there's that on that end. And then we can take the... What is that? Times 100, I think is what it was. I guess we could just turn a decimal into a whole value, but is that going to do that once we hit 1 as well, or do we have to multiply? That's the question. String to number, decimal, here we go. Boom. We'll round it. We'll just let it take the rounding as it wants. That. I can always, yeah, I guess you're correct. If I reset it to exactly 100 pixels, it'll probably work a little bit better, but to be fair though, it's a 150 pixel thing right now, and I don't even get 100 out of it. Just, I want to throw that out there today, man. This is actually it's 350 pixels wide, and I get 67 count out of it. So. Take a moment with that one, man. Because otherwise I would have just taken the dimensions of the object itself, and then that would have been, like, I would have taken the width of the object itself, and then I would have used that width as the actual division. I wouldn't have done the whole, like, figuring out exactly how many with the count and all of that, because that would have been much easier. Because theoretically it should move across that many steps, but the reason why it doesn't is because of the speed of it. I'd have to have it move across that 1 pixel at a time per step, and this moves across at 4 pixels per step or something like that. So that's why there's a bit of a difference there. If I did jump 2, that may work a bit different. Oh, that thing is not wanting to work right now. Okay, hold on here. Isn't it a decimal to integer? Well, fine. If it just times 100, then it should just be fine then. Should be the exact same thing. This is what I want. Just want to be a pain to me. No, he's being such a pain to me. There, you're happy now, aren't you? There, see? Now you know that you're a fucking whole number. Okay. And now what we want to do is we're going to want that round again. And we're going to take this here, round that. That's what we going to do. It would be 550. Yeah, but that's gonna be a mat. Like, I don't know if I want to make a slider bar that big. I mean, I could. But yeah. Yeah, no, man, I told you, I got it. It's fine. Why does that not want to round up correctly? Do I have to put that before? I'm confused. Why would I have to put that before? Oh, shit. I'm about as dumb as they come. Wrong value. Wrong value. It's not gonna change, bro, if you don't tell it to change the exact value. There. This way we get solitary percentages and we don't have weird percentages. We have whole numbers now. There you go. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna get myself ready for a break here. We're making some decent progress on this. Next thing when we come back, we're gonna work on making this interaction better with the mouse and the slider and all that, and making it more coherent, if you will. I guess would probably be the best word for it, I don't know. Or more responsive. There's the word I'm looking for, responsive. We're gonna make it more responsive for the player and all that. But that's it. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here. I only run ads during my breaks and all of that, so definitely be sure to stick around for all that and help support development of the game. And I'll see you all when I come back from the break. There we go. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do a few different things here. One thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, like that, we'll say less than or equal to. Now we're gonna do another one. This is greater than or equal to. This one we say 100, and then this one we say 0. Now we're gonna do this. Take this out. And the reason why we're gonna do this is because we were already sending to another object, which is going to take an additional step anyway, so having the second if variable here literally makes no difference on performance. But what this does is it allows us to securely go between 0, it should allow us go between 0 and 100, and only those numbers, and it'll stop there. I don't know if we want this expression first. I think we're gonna make it first. Okay. We also could put an or in there, and maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll make it just a little more efficient. Okay, so we have a 1 over. Oh, it does not want to. Ah. Okay. That's an issue. So it sticks there and it doesn't allow me to go back. Oh, that is unfortunate. Hmm. Alright, let's see what this does. Oh, you are a pain. Oh, you are such a pain. Why don't you just cancel? Why don't you just cancel it? Why? Is it that far down in the code? Is that the problem? Is this might work now. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. Oh, I hate you. I was doing that wrong too anyways. It might just be working fine. I just am stupid. Oh. No. Why? Why do you want to fight about this so hard? You want to fight about this so fucking hard. It's... Oh. What if I just... What if we tell it not to run first if it does that? Hmm? What are you gonna do then? You and your family. Oh, you and your family. Okay, okay, so we can tell it what to do here, though. And then have it exit, so it doesn't run anything else. Okay. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Alright. Let me take a sip of some water here. We're getting somewhere, then. Welcome back, Nip. We're working on the overall thing on this detection and interaction with the slider bar. We're working on it. We took out the hovering on the other object, and we're actually trying to see if we can't just work something with the values themselves and stopping accordingly. That's what we're trying to work on. Might be able to just set speed to 0. Or something like that. The exit wasn't no good. What if we told it that? Well, how are we gonna untell it to? How are we gonna untell it to, though? If it keeps reading into here, right? It keeps reading into here. It's not gonna move right now. So then what we need to do afterwards is put one more thing on there and figure that out. Okay, you still want to run the code. We're gonna need... So then we can maybe move it down and it'll stop running that then. Like that. Move that down to there. Now it probably won't move, right? Of easy terrain generation. 3D is where I hear it suffers from, but Risk of Rain was made in it. Now we're still having issues. The Risk of Rain was made in GameMaker and Paint.net, so if you know what you're doing enough, you can work something out. But yeah, no, I haven't done anything with 3D personally. I'm getting my feet wet with 2D so that I can just understand the baseline logic of the engine itself, and then I'll worry about whole 3D end of things for my next game. Or for another game, essentially. But I want to be really comfortable with just the baseline coding and everything like that before I jump into dealing with the end of things, especially on one where I hear repeatedly that 3D is where it suffers. What we can do is this, then. Okay, good. That'll stop it. And what if I put this stop then here? Like that. You still want to do your move first, all the way over? Or will you actually stop appropriately? No. You're just... Number does not run, is what that does. Okay. So, put this up here like that. And then we have... I feel like we're actually going to be using these as variables to follow in, and then having actions down like this. The scaling up damage would not be a consequence of 3D render or 3D things. That would be a consequence of just math and not understanding how to do math on GameMaker, because it does work slightly different. Well, at least with visual code, it works differently. If you just do normal written code, it's all really the same. That's nothing more than the developer. Or it has a lot of just generalized performance limitations when it comes to 3D. You're not going to be able to do as much as you would be able to with other engines. So if you used like Godot or Unity or something like that, you would meet much better results. The issue with Unity and Godot and all the other ones is they do give you a lot more access to your GPU performance and like actually tuning things, and you're gonna have to have decent knowledge in that in order to really maximize the potential that you'll be able to have. Otherwise you'll have a lot of cooling problems. At least if you're going with a very high density graphical game that also has like a lot of code written into those instances themselves. So that's where it'll become there. They're great engines for it though. If you know what you're doing on them, you can do really, really well. I chose this engine because they have the best business practice that I've seen so far, and and because I do want to make tutorials, the engine is, because it uses its own custom language. It uses GML, which is GameMaker language. Their language and its format and presentation is much easier for a newer someone who's newer to coding and all that. So I figure if I can do decent stuff with this engine and present something well, I can then teach people how to do things on an engine where they're going to be most comfortable when they're novices. Because Unity and like Godot, like when you're using all of the other languages out there, especially with C#, C++ and such, they can be fairly convoluted for somebody who's just learning coding, and it can be very overwhelming. Yeah, having so many chain multipliers. Yeah. Like I said, that wouldn't be the limitation of the game itself. That would just be, that's what the developer wanted. Yeah, you could do that in any engine you want, but more I am referring to the overall graphical limitations if you look at Risk of Rain itself. I don't know if that would be considered the upper echelon of potential, but I know it's our best example we have of a 3D game made with GameMaker. So I don't know if that's as good as you can get or if that's just the best we've seen, is essentially what I'm getting at. I will be trying 3D on here and seeing how it goes, because like I said, I heard that it was bad to begin with. I want to make sure I'm very familiar with the code itself before I even deal with that, so that I don't have to deal with the limitations of learning the code on top of learning a bad engine at the same time for a 3D. They are getting better with it on 3D. It's just, it's taking them time. They've always focused on 2D, so I can't really sit there and fault them. For a 2D engine, though, I think this works phenomenal. I actually enjoy it. What we could probably say in here is something like if this isn't being used anywhere. So this one's greater than. Say 992 minus 175, we say 817 is less than or equal, or is say less than or equal to here, like that. Oh, this would be the bottom here, actually. This would be here. And then we can copy this, we can get rid of that, paste this here, and then we say if greater or equal to, what is that, 1167. Alright, let's see if that works. Oh wait, this is the wrong thing. Shit. This one. This is what we need. I need you here. I guess we could take the before here. Well, it's not really necessary. We don't need to run it if it's not needed. Okay. Minecraft run that runs multiple times better than the actual Minecraft. That's pretty cool. I don't know how long Unity though is going to be holding their business practices. Have you seen their stocks? You see how bad that situation has gotten? There we go. See? Boom. 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 Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. There we go. Nice and easy. Just like that. Okay, we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Alright, I'm gonna take a sip of water. Sip of water. Okay, but yeah. So what we did was we have it read the mouse coordinates for the X on the GUI. And if it equals greater than the actual position for where 100 is, then we have it exit. If it is less, if it's at 0, and it's at the position where, and my mouse is less than where it is at 0, then it exits. If it isn't, then it'll continue running the code and doing as it's supposed to. So it'll stay within the confines that it needs to, which is beautiful. Okay, so we're getting better. It's getting better. It's much more responsive now. Now we need to make it so that it can stand still when the player needs to and all that type of stuff. So we're gonna make a clicked variable and all of that. What's good, Sci-Fi? How you doing, Ami? Alright. So what we want to do now is we'll come over here to this, pause here. I think we're just going to grab some code from over here. We're going to grab this. We don't need it all, but we're going to grab it all anyways. And what we're going to do, we're going to paste it down here so we can work on it down here. Okay, so we want a hovering and clicked. And we want that to be true. And then we want... Listen, evade for a minute. Oh, very nice. Gonna get the video done. Very nice. Hope you get it done. All my best vibes to that, man. And we'll say this here like this. And then we'll put down here a if clicked true equals true. And I want to copy this, like that. Let me just drop something empty here so I can paste in. Okay. See. I was gonna give it here. Oh, yeah, something like that. Oh, it's going well though, going well. We're working on the slider bar some more, but we've gotten some really good progress on it. We have it so that we have a, as you can see on the right hand side, it goes from 0 to 100 on a value chart now. It doesn't go past the, oh, we have a 101. That's interesting. I'll have to figure that out. A 104 even. I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, we have it on a slider here to where it shouldn't go past 100. As you can see, it stops and everything. And we're working on making it more interactive and also at this point more fucking accurate as well. I don't understand that. But yeah. And then we'll put over here if kind of want another expression here where we do the expressions. Actually, let's have a clicked equals false and a clicked equals true, and then we'll put that into here, and then we'll put a else here, and then this way the player can re-click it and have it stay in place. True. False. Okay. Now they should be able to do that. Gonna slide your way to this. Something like that. You take care of those, sci-fi. I hope your day at work goes by quickly, man. There we go. Okay, so now it can stay in place. That's good. Oh, I bet you I know what I know. Why is it actually hard to do now? Hello? Hello? Why are you being a pain now? Don't occasionally bug on me, please. God, please don't occasionally bug on me. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh, God. Why? No. Oh. Make gear 5 look average. What do you mean? I don't know why, but it seems to just be a feature of the code. I will make it a unfeature of the damn code through bug testing the life out of it. I will make sure of it. You don't know how many things are features in this game because of problems in GameMaker, man. I will bug test and I will just go around and I will figure that shit out. It will work the way I intend. In fact, this right here, this little movement thing with the mobs that you see, part of that is because of how GameMaker works. Part of the reason for that is because of how GameMaker works. Now, you'll notice these guys kind of... You see how they stay together sometimes? And they do that? You see how they keep staying together? Now, if I don't have that code in to make them switch places, you want to know what happens? You want to know what happens? Well, you see... they stay stuck together and they just glide across the screen. And just glide, and just glide, and glide. In fact, you want to see what it looks like? I think I can remove it. I think if I did this code correctly, it should be a very simple remove. If I did this code correctly, it should be the most simplistic move. Remove here. Remove you. I'll cut that. Let's see. Oh no, they're still moving outside. Don't do it. No, don't keep doing it. Ah, there we go. You see they're not chasing me? You see how they're not chasing me? You see how they're not chasing me? You notice how nobody's chasing me, right? It's just a very few mobs are chasing me. That's what that line of code is made for. Completely changes the game, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. As you can see, nobody's getting stuck anymore. And if they do, they'll eventually collide into the wall with more momentum, and they respawn faster. Yeah. Now you all could understand why it took me so long to figure out enemy interaction, and like I kept making posts about I'm redoing how the mobs interact with each other. I redid it. I redid it. I redid it. I redid it. It's because I was trying to figure out a way around a lot of the bugs without being too performance demanding. So what I did is they have a move outside all command, and then I have this direction 1, which is just a random number generator. That's all it is. It's just a random number generator. It does between 1 and 360, and then they'll go in that direction. That's all it does. That's all it is. Now, this should be theoretically, actually. I don't know why I don't have it like this, but it should be like that. I think I did it. I think I was testing to make it more efficient, and I took that out to see if it would work or not, and it still ended up working well. So I was like, okay, well, at that rate, whatever. If I don't need the extra line, I don't need the extra line. But this is what it looks like with that extra line. As you can see, they can kind of get a little bit more jumbled, weird, and everything. It's not as good. It's not as good. I don't like it because of the jittering. So I took it out. You also could probably paste that down below, and then it could generate a new number afterwards. Probably could work. A little smoother. I still don't like it as much. But yeah. All different things you can do there. Could the wall be a respawn multiplier of enemies? I mean, you could set it up like that if you want, sure. Like the wall respawn bugs and add an extra enemy. I mean, yeah, of course. Of course. You would just... You could set up this collision here. And then when it does jump to point, you literally just have it create an instance as well. That's all. And if you wanted, like... You could just set up a random number generator on that. And then, depending on what number that assigns to, you can have that spawn that mob there. And you just have it do to the jump to coordinates with that. But it would just become more of a performance down bog if you do that, because you would also have to make sure that the mobs aren't stacked on each other, and even if they are, I guess they do move, but then you're causing extra interactions and code to happen and everything that you'll have to account for if, you know, for just in your game in general. So your consistencies of your total performance will go down a bit more there, and you'll have to do longer form testing in order to have a better idea of what your consistent stability rate is and everything. Or in this case, it would be like CPU or FPS steps. Like a glitch / bug that somehow makes more enemies than intended. My spawn system doesn't... I mean, you could do that for your own game, but my spawn system is literally designed to give you the max amount of spawns that you can have for how you set things. Like, if I add more on top of that, it's just going to stop my mob spawning. That's literally how my spawn system is set up, to where it'll keep spawning mobs until a threshold is met, and then it cuts off spawning. And then as soon as that threshold is exceeded, then it re-kicks it back on. So I'm like always no matter what, you're always going to be at max for what your computer can handle to what the settings that you set on the slider to be. But for like maybe like dungeons and such, that can be a possible mechanic then, is what I would say. But yeah, a lot of the times, like, you'll find little things in games, and developers will use it to their advantage to create it as a mechanic, and that's only because of a engine. A lot of times it will be because of like an engine limitation and such. Yeah, I can make it do anything with the wall. I can, like, on any type of interaction with the wall, if I can literally make it so it's not a wall if I wanted to. It could just go through it and walk through it, and then something could happen as well. That's what I did with the big objects in the room, or the objects laying around the room. If mobs go under that, or you go under that, it slows your movement speed. So it's like there's extra things like that you can have done. Instead of just making an object, you can make it an object that has some type of uniqueness to it. Now you see how much slower my movement speed is now? What it does is it puts you down to the actual movement speed reduction cap, which is like 0.3. Something like that. So like the faster you are going with your character and the faster these mobs are going, the more noticeable it'll be for that and everything. Now, of course, with this particular map, it doesn't really so much matter, but it is just an example of things that you can do with the mechanics and everything. Well, with this one, it kind of does matter. If you play correctly, you can get mobs in a really nice kite. I have the room set up for that, to where you can kite mobs and everything. But yeah. You can make a wall really do anything you want. It doesn't have to just be a wall. It could just be anything. Like, you can use a wall to enable various amounts of triggers. Later on, when I start making my dungeons, I'll be using things like torches and stuff like that in order to trigger events to happen and everything. So, like, what I'll do is come down to something like this here. First map collision. We can say we have this sprite right here of this torch. So what we can do is we go over to its collision mask. We can do manual, and then we can set its collision mask way the hell down like this. We can make it as big as we want to do and everything like that. So then if the player interacts with anything within here, we can have it start triggering events and stuff like that. So we don't need anything else to trigger the events. We can use this to trigger the events. Okay. So I think we got that working in the most intended fashion that we can. And now what we're gonna need to do is have this thing actually know what the value is that it's going to be adding and everything. Maybe a fire whip / whisk motion or something. Well, I mean, you can use it for really anything. You can actually just use that torch there to create an interaction to where if you run past it, it triggers mobs to spawn. Like, you can literally have it do anything you want to do in that facet. If I wanted to have maybe, like you said, like we could have the fire actually come out from the torch itself and lead into a line that goes to where a player's location was, and we could align it to an alarm, and we'll have it do the same type of movement that this one does here, which is move to position. And this will take essentially if the player is moving, it'll take whatever coordinates right at that current time and move to that. So this way the player could dodge the whip and everything like that, or fire trail, or whatever we may want to call the ability itself. So yeah, there's different things that you could do with that. You could have it do a plethora of different things. If we wanted to, we could even have it set a fog of war. If you go, you know, too far away from torches, it'll start to darken the room and all of that type of stuff. But we're gonna go ahead and get myself ready for a break now. Didn't get much progress done, but we did get, you know, good explanations done on my pre-existing systems and everything, which I love doing at the end of the day. Love doing. I work hard on those systems, so I'm always happy to show them off to people. We're gonna take a break here. Like I said, I only run Fog of War cheats for but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna continue on with this. Remember, I only run ads and all of that during my breaks, so we'll go ahead and run those, and it does help support the development of the game, so your lurking is much appreciated. But we'll see you all when I come back from the break, and cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. So what we're going to go ahead and start working on, we're going to clean up our workspaces first off, as always. We got our spawn system figured out. We got that finished. We got the NPC interaction finished, so that's phenomenal. What we can do now is get this NPC interactions transferred out throughout all the other NPCs. One thing I was thinking about doing there's a few things I was thinking of doing. I was thinking of moving a lot of the variables out from this create and then having them, it wouldn't be as efficient, it would just be easier on me. I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna move all of these into here as into one centralized location and then have that be on the create, but it's not as efficient. There's going to be more things created and held within it and all that. So unless I can figure out a way for that to become for that to become more efficient with it, which the only way I could think of that would be integrating everything all into one here, which I am thinking of doing, but right now we're gonna focus on getting the NPCs all put back in for their code and finishing up this collision system on the scaling and all that. After that, we're gonna come back and we're going to clean up a lot of the variables that are globals and everything, and we're going to figure out what doesn't need to be made a global in the game and what does need to be, and we're going to get them all turned off of globals and do as much as we can to optimize the game and its code. Unfortunately, there isn't much optimization that can be done with the engine. That's one of its limitations, is the ability to optimize your games. But there's still a lot you can do if you are lazy on your coding in the beginning, or if you're taking it in the direction in your coding that you literally have no clue what you're doing and you're going to learn step by step. And that's kind of how when I go into a new language, I go in. I don't go in assuming all my information that I knew before to like of other languages and implementing it in. I kind of go in on a more of a blind way and learn my way kind of through that. I slowly start to adopt what I know as I start to understand things, but my first usual month on an engine, 2 months or on a language, I like to approach it as if I don't really understand anything. And it helps you learn just like the basic fundamentals, if you can afford the time to do that, of course. Me, it's how I learn personally the best way, so I have to force myself to have the time. It's how I generally learn things. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this code copied over before I get distracted again. We can get rid of this. We actually didn't. That's an old system. Okay, so that's good there. We took... Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to do too. I wanted to try and move this out. So before we do that, I'm going to try and move this out. Let me open up a new workspace and let's try and move that out. Yeah, that's fine. Because that's important. I wanted to move that into here. I felt like it was going to be a good option. I don't know. Who has the interaction with? You do? Applying to... Okay. Okay. Yeah, we just wanted to try it for you for right now. So we'll go into you, and then we're going to come out, or come into this, and we're going to say, we're going to cut that out, completely take that out. All of it's gone. No more steps on that. Everything is alarms and triggers, which is what you want. You, like, that should be your most, like, highest of priorities. Highest of priorities. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna slap it down here like this. Right? And then we're gonna feed this to other. Feed this to other. Oh, this is already applying to other. We're fine, we're fine. Self. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. Let's see what happens. I know that's all we had to do, but I mean, it can be massive. This could be massive. It could be massive or it could do nothing. We have no clue. We will find out. This was the highest process step that was being taken at the time. So. Like, this was taking the most amount of my steps, was that single thing right there, and that's what we're trying to clean up. That is 3,000 mobs at a minimum now. 2,700 was the cap before, by the way. 2,700 was the cap before. We just gained 300 mobs. We just gained 300 fucking mobs. We just gained 300 more fucking mobs. We just gained over 10% more mobs. $67 was the cap before. Let's see where we're at. And mind you, we still have all those things destroying and respawning too. 1396 objects or something like that. Well, I'm changing their sprite, I guess you should say. 5383. And why would that be less? Was my math, did I see something wrong before? Was there so many mobs that it wasn't actually 6,700, it was 4,700? Was it 4,700? I didn't see correctly. I feel like this should be more efficient. Because, like, the low end was... Yeah, as you can see, things... coming back in. Beautiful. Huh. Was I moving during that? Was I moving during the 6,700? I think I was all the way in a corner. Was I all the way in a corner for the 6,700? Was that why? Because you have all this open room here. I swear I read wrong then. I had to have read wrong with 67. It was 4,700. Had to have been 47. I don't know. I'd have to look back in the VOD as a whole, I guess. Oh, here they come. There's the first one, the second. They're starting to get there. They're starting to get here. Oh, they're flooding in nicely. Well, no performance dips or anything like that. That's good. Oh, there's the mob count going up. It's going up now. Okay. 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 Had me worried for a moment. I was like, what did I do? Did I see it wrong? I had to have. There's 67. Come on, keep it going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. 68. Come on. No, no, no. Keep going. You got more. You got more juice. You got more juice. I feel it. Feel it. Come on. Come on. You got more juice than that. You got 7 in you at least. Come on. You got at least 7 in you. Come on. Come on. You got some juice in you. Wow. Okay, well, where are we going? We'll go downwards now. We'll go over here. Oh, we got 24, 29. We got him. We got it. We got a 31. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Come on. Come on, everybody. Come on, everybody. Come on. Come on. 6,900. 6,900. Come on. I know it. You got it. Come on. At least 7. You got this. Yeah, that's it. Keep going. Keep the number going. Keep the number going. 7,000. We're at 7,000 now. We're at 7,000 fucking mobs. $7,100. Holy shit. The adaptive spawning is strong. Oh, it's so strong. Okay, we gotta go. We're gonna go over to this side next. I'm gonna come over to this side next. We have our point of manipulation. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. When does this break? This is so beautiful. We're going to be reworking also the AI for the player party. It's been ages since I've touched it. With everything I know now, we definitely are going to go into a better spot with it. Much better spot. We're going to have a much more dynamic party and everything. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun to make. Come on. Let's see it. Come on, let's see it. We see 75. We see 75. You know, once you get 75, you just gonna want to see 8,000. I know, but it doesn't matter, okay? This is great for 100 pixel items. Oh yeah. Well, I guess they're 72 by 72 is what they are. But still, it's not actual pixel art resolution in the slightest bit. It is great numbers for that. Okay, that looks like that is our hard cap. Try to get a screenshot of this. I'm pretty proud of that. Okay. I'm pretty proud of that. Do a new layer. There we go. Okay. Let's take a look at a debugger and see what we can find. Why not, right? Find out what we can do to make the game more efficient. Let's take a quick look. Take a quick look. Baker, didn't you say you were going to work on the other thing? Listen. 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 You listen? You are? Yeah. Yeah. Well, since you're listening, let's go ahead and see what's going on here. Alarm 2. Now it's the attack. The attack is now the highest thing. The attack now is 15% of our steps. My lord, what am I creating? These things are hardly fucking calling. This is beautiful. How do you... The alarm is the only thing running. It's 15% of my steps. This one here, okay, this is starting to grow up in steps. Which makes sense. I think there's a way we can shorten this. I think there's a way we can shorten this one here. This one is starting to override the steps, but I think there's... I don't know what we can do for this. I don't know what we can do for this. This is calling a lot. You know what? Hold on. I think I know what we can do for it. That is calling a lot, though. I don't like how much that's calling. Let's fix that. Why is that calling? Is that because of their attack speed? It's just calling so much? Is that why? I think the logical thing to do then is we set them all to 10. Anything that's under 10 goes to 10. Because we know, or at least I know from my testing, 10 is the most efficient number for their testing. Or from my testing for alarms. We may have to come back in here and just make this code more efficient somehow as well. But we're going to figure it out. Point of what we're doing the whole time here has been efficiency and making the game run better and increasing our mob count as much as possible. And also implementing in a couple extra things here and there. But the main thing is optimizing this game as much as possible so when y'all get your hands on it, you have as good of a functioning game as I can give you. There's an empty alarm there. There's an empty alarm there too. So 9 and 10 are empty alarms. Do we have anything? Nothing activates them to my knowledge. Let me make sure. Okay, good. Alright. So we got that cleaned up a little bit more. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Does this come up correctly for y'all? Yeah. Alright, let's take a look. Now we got the spawn alarm, the highest currently. That's very good. Oh my, look at this optimization. Look at this optimization here. Look at that. Our spawn system is now the highest code. The spawn system is now the highest code. Look at that efficiency gain. And the collision will come up now. Look at that. Mob count is stuck at 2638 though. It's not 2700. Kind of confusing. Kind of confusing. What happens if I move this? Oh, it's because I'm running the debugger. Debugger is going to lower my mob count. That's why. That's why. That's fine. Okay. I don't worry about mob count right now. Mob count is irrelevant to me. Right now, we're just looking at steps. All right, so we're at about 20% now for collision. Collision's starting to get hectic. And that's going to be our limiting factor now. Okay, so we have to... Okay. After speed gets set to 0, we say if x... I wonder if I can do x comma y with this. X and y. Can I do an x and y here? Do you like ands or do you like something different? Are you, what's the other one for and? Bracket, is it? 0 results found for bracket too. Let's do and game and command gamemaker studio. Hear that? Expressions. Here we go. Here's some expressions. I always like to double check on things. If like I don't immediately know it off the top of my head on how something wants to be expressed, I'll take a look. Because GML is its own custom language, so like when I don't know some and there's an and there. So it's two and symbols. Combining, here we go. Yeah, bracket, okay. And or XOR are used to combine Boolean values together to give true or false of a statement. Interesting. What is What does XOR mean? Why is my brain not processing XOR? Is that like... Is exclusive or... Basically means if neither is true, it returns false. If both are true, it also returns false. It only returns true if one and only one of the inputs is true. Oh, okay. 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 Exclusive or okay. 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 Oh, that's good to know, actually. Okay, that's good to know. I can use that for other things. But it did have and in there as a value I could do, right? Yeah, yeah. And is practice I can use. I might be able to do this. Okay. What I'm trying to do is have the code just cut off early. If x and y equal the same as the previous xy, then the code should cut off early and make it more efficient. It should have a peak point. Shouldn't get too bad. We're stuck at 26. And 9. Okay, the time call count's getting really high. What is it doing here? Is it hard? I know what it's doing. I know why it's still running. So what it's doing, you see this gap right here? That's called a place free. It's called a place free. But I can't fit there. It can't fit there. But if the X and Y are the same, it should stop the code. So you're telling me these guys are moving ever so slightly? Is that what I'm getting from this? Right now, place empty. Yeah, because place empty is constantly being ran. So this is not the correct code to stop it. Okay. Maybe it's just not registering correctly. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Let's just maybe the value can only be one value. Maybe that's part of the problem. We'll see. We shall see. I think it was at F4 or is this F6? F6 for the debugger. $2,800. $2,891. Alarm set now is higher than place empty. Good. Good. Okay. All right. So we got it to work. It's not like perfect at the end of the day. By any stretch of the any stretch of the imagination. I don't know if this is causing a problem. I found it weird that the exit, I feel like that exit is creating issues, but we're going to try this first. Because right now we're having a bit of a mob interaction problem. They're not re-picking up themselves and trying to target me even though there's clear room in front of them. So we're working on getting that to come back. No. So we're doing this incorrectly then. It's there, but we're just doing it incorrectly. We're gonna take this out first. We're gonna move this down here. And then, because if this is already running and this is the same, we don't really have to worry about setting movement speed to 0. So I think this will make things work better. Because I think if we're setting movement speed to 0 and then we're checking if the previous is the same, it's obviously going to be the same. Ah, shit. Okay, well, we got different interactions going here. That's not... Ooh. Because it takes too long. Oh, okay, you're still attached in there. I kind of thought you were. I gotta reset this layout. Oh. Okay. It's gonna be a simple way to do this. Oh god. I hate having to constantly reset layout. If x equals x plus plus. See what happens. I'm just trying to figure out what is the detection that I'm going to use for that to occur so we can have it stop running. Because that's the important thing, is that we figure out how to make it stop running. When there's no-ness. Oh, there we go. Okay, we got... Okay, we got a bit of a different... Oh... Does this make them go through walls? I feel like you're going to be going through walls. $3,300. Jesus. I say they go through objects. $3,300 minimum cap now. Doing that. That is wild. We pretty much stopped them from actually gridlocking with this too, effectively. And then this one still will automatically stop their movement speed. But they have to overlap a little for this. What if we use the circle radius thing that we used in the spawn? What if we use the same principle there? No. It's like, I don't know what I was thinking. I guess what we could do too is I put an else here and just literally copy this in and just cover another end of things, like just in case. So we say like y, and then we do y plus plus, and then maybe this just covers everything in that front, and this will keep them from not moving, or this will keep them from locking as much. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really 100% on that, but I'm just saying stuff. Okay. Maybe we can set up this security here, the else here, down here. So it's like, Let's do one thing at a time. One thing at a damn time, Baker. What the hell is wrong with you? Trying to change like 7 different things at one time. You will have no clue what the hell's working and what isn't. I'd rather have 3 if statements there to check through than all that other code, if I'm to be completely honest. Why are you not 0 moving? It is very interesting. Am I doing something wrong here? It's interesting. So we need that movement speed to stop in the beginning so that the enemy can, or yeah, so the enemy has time to figure out what to do. That much is a requirement. So maybe if we set it in the beginning. No. No. Is this as efficient as we're gonna get it? Back to the old. Alright, let's look at the debugger again. Look what the next one was. What's the next thing on the list? We're gonna consider that optimized. There clearly isn't much I can do with that. There probably is one thing I can figure out, but okay, the attack is still there. And then from there is the spawn system. $26.66. Realistically, this would be the only real thing we're looking at is that, and then if we can somehow optimize this further. That's it. That is as optimized as we're gonna get. We did it. Okay, cool. I can actually confirm that now through looking at debugging. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we're gonna spread out the code and get all these other mobs and get everything back going with the timers and all of that and having this work correctly, and we're gonna start feeling things out on how everything feels. We need to work on, well, actually when we come back we're going to work on the scaling system for the object collision for the enemy, and we'll go from there. Once that's figured out, we can go ahead and go through here and add all of this code into these guys, change our spawn around to actually run through its timers correctly, and change all of the code and all of those alarms for the parent spawn, and then we will be in a spot to where we can give some good testing after that. But do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I run support streams, so your lurks during that do help fund the development of the game and are much appreciated. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. I'll leave some VODs up in the meantime, and I do hope you all take care. For those of you that won't be here when I get back, and for those of you that will, I will see you all in a bit. $8.17. $14,102. Okay, that's definitely not even. Let's get back into this. So, kind of just want to try something crazy here. I just kind of want to try something crazy. Oh boy. That is having a stroke. a lot of There's a lot of variables. It does not like it. Okay. For right now, this is probably... This is gonna look really weird right now, but I just want to see the direction this is going. This is gonna look really weird right now, though. This is gonna look bizarre. Oh, looks so bizarre, it threw me an error. Move speed? Oh. Yeah, no, of course. That's fine. I'm just stupid. Don't worry about me. Don't you worry about me. Definition. She wouldn't know what the hell that is. Okay. Yeah, no, you're fine. I got it. I get it. They're sticking to the walls and they're looking for a place free. Oh, they did go through. Because that's because it goes anywhere on the map. So eventually it's going to go over. Okay, we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Okay. One thing I do want to do, set speed to 0. We'll start with that. How are we looking on mob density too? Have we created any problems? We fixed any problems? Okay, so far we're oh, this is going up. So far we're doing good. I think 2K was our bottom floor before. We don't have any train of mobs. We don't have anybody that we can visibly see is stacking. Oh man. Even these guys here, they're moving. They are moving. Oh man, this is looking good so far. Okay, we're getting there. I think we may want to trigger these guys into alarms then, you know? Let me take the last few alarms here. A crit, oh, we got a crit. Alarm 11, alarm 10. Okay. Get rid of alarm 1 here. Do that. Alarm 11. Alarm 11. Okay. Well, that's to take over that. And now what we're also going to do is make some more. I'm gonna do 1 to 20. Okay. And now we take, say, place X and place Y. And we call that to the XY coordinate of the object. And now we'll get there. You can do it, computer. I got the utmost of faith in you right now. There we go. Alright. Okay. And the reason why we're going to do 1 and 20 is because the object size that it is colliding with is roughly... Wait, the X is going to be at center. Don't we have to add Where is its X? Oh, shit. Where? I remember last time what X meant. It did not mean what it meant, damn it. Oh, X did not mean what it meant. X did not mean what it meant. What is center? Like, do we got anything with the word center? Window center. That's what we have for that. Shit. Oh. X is not what it... oh, so that means it's gonna be... No, it should... No, you did it middle last time and it still didn't do it. Oh my god, it's so confusing. Oh god, why did I do that? There we go. Is there something I can do? I guess maybe let's just take a look at the X. Oh lord. I need music. Alright, let me just sit here and just maybe think for a moment. There's gonna be nothing in constants. It would have been a variable. But I didn't see anything in... Okay, good. The mic didn't pick that up. I didn't see anything in variables that was of interest to me. I just don't like that the X isn't actually the X. You know? Or I don't know if the X is actually the X or not. Like... we just don't know because of reasons. I guess we just try it with it, right? I mean, like... yeah, I guess just try it and we'll go from there. Get layer, get X. I don't know. That's... why didn't you just hit the plus button, dumbass? Why did you do this? Why is your very existence just about making your life harder? Okay, we got music going too now. Alright, okay. Let me run into here real quick like this. Right. We're gonna want a minus here, and I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do that. Because we don't need a switch in this whatsoever. We can just use if and else. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm thinking that we're gonna make a variable over here at this rate, and we'll call it get that copied over here. So this is going to be our object or our variable that reads for this, right? So we take this, all this code for movement, and we place that into here to true. And now we have if this is true, then we have it run that and everything's fine. But if it is false, actually, actually, we may not need all this nonsense here. I think I just got it. We may not need this. I'm gonna get rid of it. I feel like we won't need it. Okay, so this should just make mobs, they're going to move to a spot and then they won't do anything afterwards, is what this should theoretically do. once they collide with a wall. Oh, they're going through walls. Oh, they were just going right through them. There's some interaction going on. They are... What is this? This is what I meant by the X is going to be a problem. It's not their... This is not their X. The 20 part kind of... It's kind of weird to me that... Well, if it's going to be... They got these guys here literally just doing just going back and forth. Oh. Oh. Hold up, hold up. Hold on. God, you're dumb sometimes. That's why they're all sticking up there. Okay. Alright. Alright, I don't feel... I feel stupid, but I at least don't feel as stupid. Because, like, it did nothing that I expected it to do. And it, like, well, now it makes sense why. It was telling the mobs to go at a point between 1 and 20 on the grid. As you saw, they were just going back and forth in that one location. That's where they were being told where to go. And that's because it was only running this, the where, not the place. We didn't replace the values over here to all be place. Okay, let's see what that looks like now. There should be a difference. Maybe it'll work correctly. It had worked so poorly that I didn't even know what to do. There we go. Oh, still got a little bit going through. See, that's weird. Look where the X is. Look how far he's going. He's not even interacting with it. He's just moving solidly to the location. Who's the X? This is picking up someone else's X. This is picking up a different X. This is not the individual instance's X. This is a object's X, which means it's likely the most recent one created. Yeah, that's awesome. Alright, let's look what we can do with instance. Instance place. I don't know. Maybe we do ID. But isn't this just gonna shoot out two numbers? We just needed to shoot out one. Can we make it just shoot out one? Are you gonna like... Let's try... Let me look this up real quick. What is that? Instance place? Instance place? Instance place. Instance position? I have instance position, and instance place. Let's look at position first. What in the tarnation? You can check for collision with another instance or all instances of an object in addition to objects and instances. Passing an array allows you to check... Okay, so this is a collision. Okay, not exactly what I'm looking for, but that's interesting. What about instance place? For this function, you can check if a position... You can check for a collision with another... No. 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 Listen here. You're gonna have something for me here, okay? So I'm gonna be staring at this stupid... Here, let's stare at this together, shall we? Shall we stare at this together? Shall we stare at the manual together? This is what Baker does when he doesn't know what to do. He will stare at the manual. What he does. Where's window? Hold up. Wait a minute. GML manual. We'll call this. And is this it? This is it. Why is it not showing? Can you... That doesn't even make sense. It's at the front. Should I pushing it? Oh, okay. You can see it, I guess. I don't even understand. Okay. So anyways, we're gonna look over this damn thing. Yeah, this looks like a collision too. Collision. Remember nearest, furthest, find, copy, change. Instance ID. Nothing there. Okay. Let's look for... I don't think it would be physics. No. Thing sources. There's gotta be movement and collision. Movement. Motion planning. Collisions. Oh. What do you show up with then? Instance variables. What was this called again? Was I in the right? Instance variable. Yeah. doesn't make sense. Maybe we use X previous, Y previous instead. Let's try that. Let's try that. Oh, I have the word instance here. I'll be right back. I need to go to the restroom. I'm back. Let's keep going. Just occur one. Point set speed to 0. Okay. See what that does. Alarm 11 is the correct alarm. Correct. I hope this works. Just going right through. Oh, wait, hold on. You are so dumb. You are literally so dumb, Baker. You are so stupid. You want to know why it's not working and you can't test appropriately, Baker? Is because your alarm is scaling and you're not looking, and you're looking at a whole bunch of different mobs. I just do that correctly. Correct, I did. Oh god. Okay. Now we're testing on just the one correct mob. Oh. Who knows how much of that has been working? Who honestly knows? Okay, this one's stuck. Okay. Okay, we are actually getting somewhere here. There's still some sticking. We got bouncing there. We got bouncing. We have some sticking though. They're sticking vertically. Or horizontally. Top. So their bottoms are sticking. These are kind of acting weird too. But we are getting... No one's going through. No one's going through. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. Look, they're even pathing around. Alright, we're getting somewhere. We're really getting somewhere right now. Okay. This is big. This is big. Let's try to take this out. Let's take, actually, instead of taking that out, let's take this out here. Run this down to a 0 alarm. So that it stops running. Let's try this first. I have a feeling there's some cleaning up we can do to make this more fit, to make this work better. I have a feeling I've been overthinking things. Ooh. Oh, still sticking. Still sticking. Very unfortunate. Why? These are working well. I mean, I guess the sticking isn't terrible, but I don't like that it's only sticking one way. Oh, no, it isn't. We got sticking over here vertically. Now, are they actually interacting with the wall during this? Like, if I was to make wall health... Let's see here. Because, like, do they eventually... do they unbreak themselves from it and they just get buffed? That's the question right now. And we need to solve that. Because then it will work towards the interaction that I actually want to have. Oh yeah, it has a whole lot of health. Yeah, just give it 100 right now. Okay, and then we'll see what happens. There we go, he took a chunk. He took the chunk out and freed himself. They're chunking everything away and freeing themselves. Nothing's staying... Yeah, nothing is staying stuck. Oh, this looks so fucking good. It actually looks so fucking good. I do wonder if there's a way we could fix the sticking though. But it's, I mean, even if we can't, like, that's amazing. It'll just make mobs randomly more powerful. So it's not really the biggest problem to me. But this is working pretty damn well. We're getting there. There is something we can do though instead. Maybe if we increase the radius at which it searches, we'll have better results. Maybe that's the problem. No, that they are like literally hard sticking. Why are they hard? Like, I mean, they are determinedly stuck. I mean, on a good note, like, the destruction so far doesn't cause any problems with performance. I mean, we got almost 2,000 mobs on screen right now. Actually got really well. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we'll continue on with this. I'm actually like, I'm pretty happy with where things are going right now. I'm pretty damn happy with it. Like, this is actually really nice so far. Fully custom AI. They don't use any of their presets. Really proud of myself for this. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here, like I said. Okay, but I am back. So 100% they're running towards things that don't exist. Good news, collision doesn't occur. Meaning in the sense of they could just run through things that aren't there anymore because the spread index doesn't show. And they don't look like they're getting stuck on things. So there's a few things we're gonna have to do then. Or we can try. Hopefully alleviate this issue. So one thing I do want to try is we will create a hold on. I thought I could do this. Okay. So one thing we're gonna do is we can create it actually over here. We'll create a global dot, we'll call it object count, right? So now what we're gonna want to do, luckily I made this nice and easy on myself. Somewhat easy. I don't have the damn room pulled up. Oh, Baker. We'll wait for this to load. And while we're waiting, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go through the layers that I have the destroyable objects on. There we go. And we're going to count them up. And we'll be good. So, start here. We got 630. I don't remember what the exact number was, so I would like to know 100%. We have 380 here, 1758 here, 288 here, 337 here. That's what does that. 3,393. So we'll set that to that, right? Spell count incorrectly. Let me copy that. So I'm going to come over into these here. -1, right? And hopefully we'll be able to have this be a registry for the enemies. Because I am trying to do this without having to create grids and stuff, because they are always recommended to delete when you're done with them, which means it's extremely inefficient. So I always try to code around any inefficiencies and stuff like that, and just try to use less performance demanding methods, because I know either way I'm going to have to use up performance, but how I do is the most important thing, and to always try to figure out the most simplistic way to make it happen. Not the way that seems the fanciest. And then as long as that is less resources, you're better. Going better. Sometimes you have to go with other methods, you know, that you would not want to do in the beginning, because you find out like, okay, well this, even though this is a minor run that's happening, the amount of times it's running is now making it more inefficient. Your goal is to essentially implement a system and have it not do anything to the game, really. So we set all that up as that, and we'll come over to spawn. And what we're gonna do is the enrage timer. When we come down into this else here, and we have equals 0, we're going to do two different things. One, we're going to set to, what is this? What is this called? Object count? Welcome back, Nip. So we say if object count equals 0, we'll say. Actually, we say, for right now, we say greater than 0, I guess. We can always just set it for a threshold. And let's see, greater than 0. Is that one gonna run less or more often? Greater than 0 will be more often. Less than will be less often. So we want that to run second. Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure my ordering was correct. We don't do destroy objects. Instead, what we are going to do is set this to that. take that out for right now. Let's see. We do object count, we max that back out. And then we want to run alarm 0 for anything in object mission 1 stuff. Maybe that'll transfer over correctly and run everybody's 0. We could only have to run it once then. Let's do something that will be noticeable. Let's say 1,000. Angles. Retrigger this alarm. Retrigger our spawns. Should I do that at 10? Give that a chance to respawn and cover and then do it? Yeah. Have this run first. We set enrage timer back. So then we're gonna want to set this alarm back as well. The last bit of the code. Put this one back up. And if the player gets it reflags over as enrage timer again, it means there was less than that threshold, which then allows them to avoid the enrage timer, keeping the game the same. I like that. I like that. This is an idea behind it. I could also just make a soft enrage phase that just has a higher density of mobs, so their scale is like less. All ideas, all ideas. I kind of like the idea of avoiding the enrage phase though. Kind of reward the player for being active. Okay. Here we go. Oh. Guess just for, I mean, I usually don't need it, but I'll do it for people that are watching. Object count, especially for people that are just coming in and such. They're so dumb, it's amazing. Overlapping text like a genius. Okay. Let's see what happens now. Oh, we see the number going down. There we go. Number's going down. Number go down. Number go down. I think we'll leave the object count up too as a displayable thing for the player. I think it's really going to help them. You don't have access to really view everything and all of that. So like that'll be very valuable for the player. Might be able to set up something in a GUI draw. Should be fairly lightweight. That would just point in the direction of the nearest object once under a threshold. Possibly. Possibly work. Look at that object count dropping. Look at that thing dropping. Oh, in just one phase, we've pretty much run out of... We might hit 1,000 in just one phase. That's really good. I'm really happy with that. That's awesome, actually. 1200. 11. Oh, we're in the next enrage phase. Oh. Wait a moment. I never had it turn off, did I? Hold on. Okay. This becomes true. Oh, never mind. And then this should just... Why were they still doing that then? It was false. I think that might be the random moving mob. Okay, so I guess maybe we have confirmation now. It does just randomly occur. We're gonna have to really look in the code for it. I forgot about that randomly moving mob. Also, once we're comfortable at the max amount, we gotta do testing at the minimal amount and see how that feels. That's another thing. Now, if you're wondering, Baker, asking yourself, Baker, how much range do you have? I have 40,000. You would need at the current scaling I have it right now, you would need player level 120,000 for that. So, not realistic. Unless you really grind. Then it is realistic. That's why we're making this game as lightweight as we can. Or have the most lightweight options we can for things, is for when people just want to leave auto farming going. Just go play another game, go get things done in life, everything they want to do. Just leave the game running, an auto reset, get themselves the levels they need to do the accomplishments they want to achieve. Because achievements in this game are not going to be easy. That is going to be hard. That's where you'll unlock all your skins and stuff like that. Because we won't have any purchasable skins. All the skins will be earned through achievements in the game. And they are not going to be easy achievements. They're going to require a lot of time. You can complete all the missions and everything, and you'll get some baseline achievements for that. But To unlock the skins and everything, you're really gonna have to want to play the game and enjoy it. It'll be the same for, they'll be attached to like the Steam achievements and all that, so they're not gonna be easy to obtain things. There will be some easy ones as like baseline completions, like I said, but to unlock actual unlockables in the game and everything, I want them to be locked behind things. I actually feel like you spent some time trying to get it, trying to figure things out and all that. And achievements are something like kind of the last things I'll kind of add in, more or less, into a mission itself. I'll like look at it and be like, okay, well, what achievements do I want for it? Like this one, I'll probably end up putting an achievement to where if I keep it like it is right now, to where you have the phases and you can avoid phases based off of object count. I'll probably make an achievement to allow you to give you a skin once you've had like so many skips, you know, and just have it set for like, I don't know, maybe an hour, you know. So if you can destroy enough objects for like an hour or something like that in a mission and have every skip and never have an enrage. We have a mob in the wall. I have to figure that out. No, I don't think he's in the wall. You see that mob moving? Oh my god, I think he's just avoiding death. There's a... I don't know if it was that mob or not. I think it was. There was a little mob. No, we're going back. No, it is that mob. Here he comes. Where is he? No, did he die? There was a mob moving this way with that whole line. And it was... It's because the counter updates every second where they are. So it was just going behind him the whole time and he was avoiding all the shots magically. Oh, that's beautiful. That was good. Alright, next phase should drop us down below enough objects to see how things work, to see if it just continues to keep spawning and what that looks like. Because honestly, right now I'm not in much objection, given the amount of power creep I have. That's what I take into account. The amount of damage I do, I have 50,000, so it's level 100,000. So you would need level 240,000 for this. I don't feel like, you know, they're only level 11,000. I don't feel like this is a bad environment at that rate. When you look at it in that perspective, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, okay. And then the ability speed is level 60, so you would have to do 6 times 60 for that. So 600 times 6. 3,600. You would need level 3,600 for that on top of it. There's a lot of things that would have to go into creating what you're seeing right now. The level of clear going on. But I have my self-testing to this extreme because it's just going to be easier overall. Looks like they are destroying the objects. Well, we're at under 1,000 now. I feel like 1,000 is a good number too. We may just keep it there in a general regard. Though at the same time, with how fast this gets cleared, we got to see on a low end. I think that might be a stipulation though. You may want to just max mob count out in order to get the achievement. Makes it harder overall. And it only is easier if you have enough range to make it easier. Yeah. We can keep it like that. Still a really good mob spawning coming in. They have plenty of free space, so they're taking advantage of it all. The only thing stopping the mob count from going up as fast is the abilities. Killing them. That's it. So far, this is looking really good. We got 618 objects left now. That looks about right for everything I see on screen. Like each of the wall segments are like 100 pixels. So the size of the player in the way of their length up and down, their width, I should say, their width and even up and down their length, because they're only at most like 115 pixels, like 102 by 115 type deal. It's, you know, that's pretty much the size of your wall segments. So that's why the officer quarters down below that you see there has so many objects in it, is because there's just so many wall placements that, because I wanted to make individual rooms, that it just shot the overall count to the moon because of it. The one thing I'm going to be interested to see if this is, if the object count goes under 1 or anything like that. It shouldn't, but I also should make it so that it could. There, look at that. Look at that. Seamless. Here we go. Happened so fast my eyes didn't even register it at first. That is beautiful. We'll have to get ourselves down into the actual perspective and have ourselves moving around at the same time to see if there's any actual lag, but so far that looked really, really clean. We have a lot of mobs stacked in a lot of locations right now. We can see how they've been moving. So it's going to make this next phase fairly interesting. I can see why we don't have a higher mob count right now. There's a lot of enraged mobs. There's a lot of enraged mobs. Our FPS is good though, to be completely honest. That is actually holding really nicely. Essentially, this next enrage phase is... players going to be feeling it. I actually kind of like this. We'll have to see if it's stable, but I really like this concept. Oh man, look at that incoming. Look at that incoming. Cleaning up the map. Look at how clean that is getting. Good FPS. I don't know where they're going. I don't know where they're going. They're there though. We'll have to figure that out. He's just... oh, because he wait, his spread image is larger, so why are they running into objects to destroy them? That's interesting. I wonder why they were doing that. We're down to like, wow, under 1,800 objects already. Cleaning up really well. 1,500 objects. It also seems it makes it happen faster every time now. Because the mobs getting stuck on each other, or getting stuck into the generalized locations, they're instantly spawning there and then getting destroyed, and then the other things are getting destroyed more. So the mob count is, or the object count is going down faster. Because like we have all this down here, and all of this was cleared before. A lot of this was cleared up. We have all of this still here and everything, and we only have 1,300 objects left. We got so much more cleared out here than we did before. We do need to increase the rate. If spawning is not happening, we do need to increase the rate at which we do have mobs porting to the player, though. Because like right now, spawning isn't happening. So what we need to do then to apply more pressure is make sure that during that we make the mobs actually do things. That's one thing we're going to need to do. So we're going to need to give that player more friction and get this cleared up more. Because then we can get our FPS cleared up more, which then we can allow for more mobs spawning and more mobs actually clearing up things. Now we're getting to the enrage phase again. We have over 1,000, so they're going to start porting over. We are grabbing the final mob or object count. I'm going to pay attention this next time too, for when everything respawns and kind of see, look at the FPS a bit more. I probably should run in a debugger, to be fair. This is like soft testing right now. Still got them doing things with the enrage. They are running out of objects. Oh, there we go, there's 1,000. There we go, just barely on the threshold this time. Okay. Now we're back to mobs spawning, and we are getting more mobs now. That's good. Well, it looks like it already stopped. Yeah, we got around a 30-second down timer now. So we got so many mobs interacting with each other in this back end here that it's causing more mobs to not be capable of spawning. So we definitely need to figure out clearing up all of these interactions that are currently occurring, because all of these guys that are stuck to each other are looping over and over and over again in their code. So that's one thing we're going to have to adjust and fix. So probably what we'll do is during the enrage phase is we can have a chance when enemy is interacting with enemy to automatically port over, because we'll know they're in a stuck state and they won't be moving anyways, so it's just going to be worth it to get them unstuck and ported over to the player within an efficient manner. And yes, I know about the layering here. I don't understand why it's like that. Don't ask me. I have to go and look why it's like that. For the life of me, I have no clue. I'm gonna try reversing the order and the layers, and maybe that'll fix it. It's just if I do that, it makes it look weird in the engine or in the room. But if it fixes it here, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and complain. Otherwise, I gotta... God. That honestly feels pretty fucking seamless. That honestly feels pretty fucking seamless. Every time. I could be wrong, but that feels pretty fucking seamless. We're gonna get down on the ground and we're gonna see. Before we do that, actually, let's go ahead and work on that enemy interaction that we already saw we had problems with that we wanted to fix. So, let me close these up. We don't need these. Good system. Very happy. Very, very happy. There might be a way for me to... No, we'll do this. This is better. No, what about... Where are we at here? That away, go to enemies. Oh, we're working on something different here. Close. I just wanted to close the tab. Okay. You can tell by my mouse disappearing what it's doing. There it is. Oh my god, the mouse is back. Anyways. Oh, we put this into everybody. Okay, that's right. So, we're gonna look at you first. You're an enemy. And... I also wanted to move all of this stuff into alarms and have things trigger like I did here. Just have their movement speed set to 0 and then have it choose what to do there and set the alarms. I've also been thinking of doing that. So like all of the code for all of the interactions will be thrown into different alarms to trigger at different times. And we may be able to like clean up the code a shit ton doing that. Just a shit ton. Yeah. And it'll become more efficient even too, which is like that's the sauce. Okay. So looking at this here. We have point distance over here with this. And then that. Okay, so we say if what was it called? Object destroy object, was it? Equals false. Oh wait, no. Hold up. Wait a minute. Distance there. Else. Where's the else go? Where's the else go? Where does the else go? Or no, which one goes before the else? Which is gonna occur more frequently? Probably the ones away from the player because of the enrage phase. So like that would be the else, and then it would be this. And I think checking to see if something is false is going to be more efficient than checking a point distance every time. Or is true, I should say. But we gotta do a point direction check regardless. They're always going to be further away from the player more than they're going to be closer to the player. So we'll always have them run that there first, and then we can have the other one run, I think, after. Or would it be the other... We'll keep it in mind to possibly switch it around if we find inefficiencies. That's all we're gonna do. So I can't think off the top of my head on exactly. Okay, so we have this here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the code from our movement speed, or movement, and we're going to take this here as well. And that. No, that's not what I wanted. Is that, oh, less than, we wanted this. We're going to have them partake in this, so if they collide, they will also join in on the spree of porting to the player. We'll see how this kind of holds with our efficiency. But it might help free things up. Okay, so it's going to check over that, and then... then it'll say else that. Okay. One thing I also got to find out if I should be like better practicing with exit code, with exits on codes. I don't know if I'm leaving things open or not. Like, even though I don't see memory leaks or anything like that occurring, I could be leaving code open. I'm just not 100%. I know when you like reset alarms and everything, it'll stop the code from running and all that, but I don't know about other places. And I gotta find that out. And what it looks like, it doesn't, but I'm just not sure. Like, mainly meaning, like, is this also going to run the same statement again? You know what I mean? Or, like, run the rest of the statements, even though it's gone through and done all this. Is it still going to check this real quick? You know what I mean? That's where my question is. I don't think so. I think because I put this else in here, it won't do that. And only do that if I don't put the else in there. I'm actually 100% on that. I guess as long as I play into practice with stuff like this, I'll be okay. It's just I feel like maybe I've left myself open in a few spots with the code where I could be putting exits that I'm not doing that. I'm not sure though. I'm generally pretty good about it, but just not 100%. I guess that's me always just like the fact that I never consider what I'm doing as like perfect, and I'm always like just assuming I could always do better in some facet. So I'm always just constantly thinking about like just stuff like that. I guess you could say just random shit. Doesn't even make sense. Okay, before we get down into the trenches, let's take a look at this. This could be what the doctor ordered for efficiency. Oh, and if we do have any type of lag spike when we're rehaving these objects come in, what we're going to do, since we have them separated, is we'll have different alarms get set. And we'll have them set down at different intervals so that they occur at, like, you know, we'll have one do at 2, 3, 4, etc. of the sort. And then this way it'll be like up to 10 steps at the very most for the resets, and it'll separate everything but still be in the human eye as essentially instant. I think we might even just do that to begin with. That'll create things a more efficient environment. I think. Yeah, it should. It should. It should. It is less single send. It is less sends at one given time as well, so that'll also make it more efficient. Because we have to send to all the objects regardless, but the rate at which we send them, we can separate a little bit. Mainly just by, like, just having different objects and having it read at that slightly different times. It might make it, like, a little bit more efficient. I'm not 100% though. But I know having them reappear at segregated times will definitely make them more efficient. Enrage phase. There we go. Look at that. Look at them coming in. Look at that. Cleaning up the map. That actually looks really nice. That actually looks really nice. We need to clean up that movement a bit. We need to clean up some of this movement. Yeah, we need to clean up some of this movement. We need to make their spawn point. What's happening? I see what's happening. Okay, we need to make the spawn, their spawn point around less than what the distance is, because like they're getting placed off a little bit, and some of them are going and running the other way because they're like at 1 pixel, you know, they're 2201. Just due to mob interactions. They hit another mob and the place free is backwards, so they run backwards or something like that. Okay, I see it now. Okay, that's a simple fix. That's a simple fix there. Mob count is definitely dropping. Look at that mob count. So we got object count dropping, we got mob count dropping, we got everything dropping beautifully for the enrage phase. And then this will help line everything up better. We definitely got a lot of free steps too, from what I can gather. So I think we could reduce that number of ones that are colliding and increase the frequency of it, but at the same time we have dropped a lot of mobs. Now we're getting all fresh spawns in. I don't see any other... Oh, I see one moving there. It's just that quadrant every time. Literally just that quadrant every... What's going on in that quadrant? What is going on in that quadrant to make them want to do that? They're so far away from the player. But they look like they're moving directly towards them. Yeah, no, that's right, lined right to the player. That's weird. Oh, what if I use the spawn system and its FPS detection to indicate the rate at which the mobs get ported over to the player? Oh, so instead of a percentage chance, you just dictate it to the speed of the game and its performance so that it can meet the performance standards required and then keep everything going. So it's like having mobs spawned in at the same time, like you would normally get at the normal rate that should happen, but it's a different system occurring. It's the mobs that are further away from you that are coming in, and enraged mobs as well. So that's it. That right there. That right there. That's the play. That's the play. And we're gonna set that up here when we come back because that sounds beautiful. That sounds beautiful. That sounds absolutely beautiful. But do remember I only run ads when I take breaks and when I am running support streams, and you're lurking during that does keep the stream ad free, so I cannot thank you enough for doing so and helping support the development of the game. But we will see you all when I come back from the break. I forgot to record. Okay, for recording's sake, we edited it in a less than so that we can have it show up even when there's no value. And we are working with, what did I put in here? We have an enter here that we're going to be testing for the mob slider. It worked the same as if you clicked it, and a escape, the same as if you clicked it more or less, but didn't want things to save. So we're testing that really quick. Just adding in other ways to do things. Why? Oh, that's if, oh, we need to add a, okay. But anyways, why didn't that, oh, that's annoying. Hold on here. This thing should have, what? Oh, do you want an else? You probably want an else here. You probably want an else. Is that gonna work? Or do you want me to, like, else the draw? Just, why not just else the fucking draw? Can we else the draw? We just, like, draw an else here? No? I can't do that? You don't? I think we actually could do that. I think I can do that. I know what I can do there. Is this gonna allow me to do it? Yeah? Do you like this? I don't know if you like this. I don't know if you like it. We'll see if you like it. No. Okay. Hmm. I think. No, because then if it, no. This is going to draw two things, though. I'm going to draw two things. Anything here? We're gonna be messing around with a lot of this here soonish. This will be more on my final optimization days when we start getting into a lot of these things too. Start increasing mob size by, or mob count by as much as humanly possible. It'll also include in going through and trying to make everything non-globals where we don't need it. Because right now I'm just making a very baseline fundamental lines of code so that I can just have a good firm understanding of how the engine works, and then I can expand out from there to making it more optimized. That is why my code essentially looks sloppy. It's how I like to learn. I'm weird, I guess. The issue is if this is false here, it's not gonna draw this here. If you click the other one. So I need a way. Is there a switch that I could use for this, maybe? I might be able to use a switch within it. No, because we have to have a value that's going to be set to true whenever something happens. It needs to be true all the time. What could we do with that then? Maybe if I just did it like this. Hold on. Maybe we have this run first, and then we have this run afterwards as a secondary check. So it won't make it that far. Unless it's there. I think that's actually going to work. I think that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine. Order of operation can always save you. There we go. Order of operation. Okay. Got an error with that one there. Not 100% on what that was for. Mob slider step. Spawn value. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so those are little things I'm gonna have to figure out there in time. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. So we get a little more out. A little more out. My head is fairly fried today, but I'm gonna try to get as much work as I can done. Get as much work as I can done. I'm gonna go ahead and run some ads and everything like that. Do remember, streams stay ad-free while I'm here because I only run ads during my support streams and when I am taking my breaks, so your lurks during that do mean the world. I'll go ahead and see you all when I come back from the break, and cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Okay, I don't foresee myself lasting an hour here, but if we don't, then I am going to be ending off at whatever that is time. Pretty much my role is once I can't go an hour or whatever my next break timer is anymore, the one after that is when I end. Just to push myself a little further so that I can hopefully just keep it extending out. Because like right now, anything that I do here is just going to be okay, hold on. Forgot about the music. Anything from here is just further progress. 7.5 hours was the last stream, and we hit that coming back. Oh, it's good. One moment. Okay. Let's see. There's something I was gonna do with this. While I was AFK, I kinda had thought of just an entire thing here. And say... I wanted a declare temp value here. Do that up here. We'll say no, actually I want to do this here. Okay. I'm just gonna call it how many check. It really doesn't matter what we call it. This just helps. And then this will check for how many. And then we say if how many check is greater than or equal to 2. All right. No, we can say greater than or equal to 1. Then we can run a... is it just called loops? Yeah. And then we loop. Let's see. Generic loops then till a break action is hit. Okay. And then how does this want me to do it? Let me just look this up real quick. I haven't really messed around with loops too much, so I think it's going to be wise to look it up first before we venture into this whole thing. Oh, we actually still have the other up here. Loop. Game maker visual. Sounds good to me. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That is what I thought. We're gonna keep it up. Actually, let's just... Okay, it's less than 1. And then we'll tell it to break. And then we put an else in here. And that else. We'll run this to this. Like that. And then what this is going to do is when the player levels, if the amount of experience, say, that they get or that they have left over is still more than 1 whole level. Well, I guess we should do 2. We should do 2, huh? Less than 2. Do less than 2 if it breaks. If it's more than 2, then it does this. Would that be right? Is that what we want? But essentially what this is going to do is it's going to check here, and if there's enough here for a complete other level, then it's going to loop through here and give the player the level and recalculate. And it's going to keep looping that until that's no longer something to be met. And that's what we're looking for right now. And then this way, the scaling that occurs for the player will continue to occur. And we may even just throw this into a step over an alarm, to be fair. No, we want alarms. We want alarms. But yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. I think less than 1 would make more sense. Yeah, it'd be less than 1. I'm thinking of this math correctly, right? Like if we had 500, but we needed 200, yeah, it'd be 200, it'd be 2.5. Yeah, and that would keep going until you have, I need 200, but, or I have 200, but I need 400, and then that's 0.5. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're good. And then this. We do that. And then before we do that, we do this. Let's grab layer base. There goes my brain. There goes my fucking brain. Holy shit. Shut off. Alright, I guess we'll come back to this tomorrow. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and end off here. Oh, man. Playing. There we go. Okay, so we did find a guide. I'll go ahead and link it to y'all here in chat. We're going to be using its base concept. We're probably going to follow it pretty much identical in the beginning. And then once we have that done, we see it works, we're going to look around and see how we can shorten the code. Make it more simplistic and easier to run. But he does a pretty interesting concept. He draws both of them all into one object, and they don't even, it doesn't have a, doesn't have any initial sprite. So, I'm gonna try something with that. I find that very interesting. I didn't even think of something like that. I've never been much of a UI person, so that's kind of the consequence there. So what he has is a create, a step, and a draw. We're going to want to draw the GUI instead of a draw, just because of our particular situation. His project was the exact same size, and if you don't have the exact same size and your menu is being drawn somewhere else than what's actually those coordinates on the map, because it's just appearing wherever the player is because the map is larger than the player's actual perspective. Then you're going to want to do draw GUI instead. You do an empty draw value, this way it doesn't draw it on the map, and you do everything within that you would want to do in draw, you do it in draw GUI. Now, he does have his in full written code, so we're going to be converting everything over to visual code. So essentially the first thing he does is he assigns in a variable here for a mask index, and he sets that mask index to the slider bar, which, hold up here, and this is not what I wanted here. Work with me. Edit sprite, edit image? No, we don't want to. I forgot. Oh, there it is. I'm just about as dumb as they come sometimes. Okay. Anyways, so he sets it like that, and then we set the image to what the initial sprite was, which was in Gear Interactive? Where did I, was it in pause? Yeah, here we go. This right here. We set that to that, and then we set the then he wants to set the slider position. So we'll call this mob bar. Let me get rid of that capital M. I only do that with making objects, not naming things. Mob scale slide X. Slider mob X. There we go. Equals X. I know, I did the X variable. I know. I know, you'll get there. You'll get there in time. You'll get there in time. Oh, I didn't switch that from top chat to live chat. I hate when I forget that. I didn't miss anything, but I still hate when I forget that. We are waiting for the X to clear because I have a really slow computer. There we go. Okay. Alright. So now this guy wants us to set two different sprite variables. Is there something I can do with this sprite thing? Let's see. No, okay. I just wanted to double check that there may have not been something. Let's see. Well, that's interesting. Oh, I could do multiple damage numbers with that. I'm gonna remember this. We may have a way to effectively see incoming damage. We'll see how it goes, but I think I may have figured out a way there. Ah. That's cool. Thank you, gamemaker. I really just didn't feel like having to figure out the math with that or something. I knew it was probably simple. It's like an XX or something like that, plus XX. Like it's original coordinates plus XX, and that adds to it, and then you can keep it going like that. But I think this has like a limiter on yeah, number and everything. Okay. Makes it so you don't have to set up as many variables with it and everything. That's cool. Okay. No, we don't have anything there for that. So, we make this one be... Oh, we don't want to call it Sprite. We don't want to call it Sprite. That's gonna... Let's say slider Sprite. And then we'll grab another one here and we'll call it slider bar sprite. And go ahead and set these to these. Just like that. And I already have a false click thing and all that, so that's fine. Oh, actually, didn't he have he had a step? Let me. Oh. Okay, it's fine. Just come over here. Copy this code. Doesn't matter, just grab it all. You know what, just grab the step. Grab the step while you're at it. Just grab that. And just bring it right here. I like that. Boom. Look at that. Okay, so you have what you need there. That's good. We have the clicked false thing and all that. Just copy these variables over. Hovering and clicked. Okay, so we have that little section set up there. We already had that, so that's good. And what's the width? There we go. Okay. So this feels fairly convoluted, but we'll follow it through, like I said, and we'll make sure it's working, and then we're gonna figure out what we can remove and such like that. This feels fairly convoluted. But I haven't done a UI before, so this is my first experience really with it. At least with a slider bar, I guess you could say, with a UI. I was never really got into that. I kind of just like focused in the mechanics and stuff like that. Regardless, we'll get it done. Slider bar width. I spelled width correctly? Am I stupid? No, I spelled it correctly. My brain just doesn't want to see it. Spray. Get width. And then use this spray here. Correct? No, yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Use this like that. Oh. Okay. Do you need to do that? Why can't I just, like, have it? Let's go with it, but why would I need to do that, though? Come on, big boy. Why do we need to do that? Is the engine really not capable of, like, knowing that? Just reading directly from a sprite itself? You have to set a variable of a sprite to get there? I'll set it up, but I'm gonna be trying it later without that. If I can say those lines, I will. And then we have slider bar X. And what is that? Var slider position X and width divided by 2. Oh, slider bar position X. Slider bar position, slider bar X. Okay. We want to put mob in here, just in case, because my OCD. Even though these aren't global, so they won't be read within other objects, I still just, if I can help it, I'll name things really specific so that I can, it's just easier for teaching wise, because I do plan to make guides on everything. So the easier I can make it for teaching, like in the future, the better. The better. Was that bar X? Okay. Yeah, hold on, wait, I used that, didn't I? Oh no, that's position X. And then he has a bar X. So he uses 2 different ones. Okay. Okay, we'll find out why. We'll find out why as I keep going through this. Out of all the code that I looked through like forum threads and everything. Like his code was the one I liked the most. It was already it looked like the shortest for what I was wanting. So it's like, okay, well he's already got the shortest amount. It looks like it's very simple reads through everything. Let me go ahead and get a hold of his, and then we'll figure things out. I've never used someone's directly, but I've always at least started with theirs as a baseline directly. This would be a very rare thing if I actually used someone's code, just I couldn't improve it in any sort of way. I feel like there's always ways, and plus it's like a 3-year-old guide. They did slider bar position X, so they used this variable up here. And then they did a plus parentheses here divided by 2. Okay, so that's probably why he does that there, just to make it a little easier. And then he has a percentage because which does make sense, so we're gonna have slider percentage, slider mob percent. Okay, and that would be his create. It's not too bad, I guess. I don't know. I don't really like it. Okay, so what are you drawing now? You're not drawing self anymore. That's quite obvious. Draw. We gotta do the most painful things here, everybody. We gotta do X, Ys. We gotta do X, Ys all the way. Like, we're just gonna do it twice, actually. We're gonna do this one here, and then we're gonna just copy paste. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Oh, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Oh, man. You got this. Come on, computer. Today will be the day. It's not usually this bad. It's mainly because I'm streaming at the same time, to be completely fair. Like, it's nowhere near this bad usually. Like, it maybe takes, like, I don't know, 5 seconds or so. Maybe 10 at the very, very most. But when I'm streaming, it's a bit different. It's a bit more on it. I wish I was fully comfortable enough with the engine to not need that drop down. But I'm gonna be completely honest, I am not. I wish I was, though. It'll get done. It'll get done. There we go. Okay. Copy that, paste that. Awesome. Cool. Okay, so the way he draws, his draw order was bar slider, right? I would assume. Why do you draw a value? Do you really, like, do you feel that's necessary? Man? Like, you feel it's necessary when I can just, like, why would it have to pull a value for this? Hey, we're gonna go with it, and I will edit it later. Okay, so he actually did one thing different here with the draw sprite down here. The bar position was the X position. Slider X, this one? Correct. Correct? Yeah, that one. That goes like that. And then is a draw text for, we'll worry about the percentage later and all that, but that's a whole different thing right now. I don't care about that. Okay, give me your step. Yes, I got all that. Okay, so here. Used greater than or equal to. Where's that last? That's less than or equal to. It's a less than there. Var box X. So for me, that would be. That's not position X, so that's going to be this one down here. That's the correct one. Var underscore X, yeah, position underscore X, okay. Okay, so that's going to be this one here. Is less than or equal to. We need this one up here. And okay. So you better let me. And oh, this is. There we go. I can actually read now. Is this just like? Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, this feels kind of loaded. We'll keep going. Just keep going. Don't. This one was less than or equal to. This one was greater than or equal to. There. Okay. To bar position X. So that would be, am I the same? Okay. I say with that. Plus width. Okay, plus our width. So here comes where our width is. Ah, here's the width one. Plus width. Then equals mouse X. Okay. And then he wanted a if. This one made sense. We're not gonna get rid of this at all. This is just a -1 and a +1 prevention. Or I highly doubt we'll be able to shorten this up because this is a very simple check. If this one is less than, yeah, less than, right? If var slider bar X is the slider bar position X. This one to this. Okay. That. We do. This equals this. And this is just a double if check, I guess. If, and then we did greater than. Right. If greater than, wouldn't we just be able to put an else in here? And kind of like stave this from reading a step if it doesn't need to. So it's just copy the code. Copy the code, but assume it. Find out it works, and then you can break it, trying to make it more efficient. Alright. Okay. And very last thing we do, and this is just at the end of okay. And this will just be over here. This was one thing I was missing, was the X to this is one thing I was missing in figuring out how to make it move. This is a really big key one right here, is how to bound the X appropriately. And we'll be able, if this works and we see it work, we should be able to shorten up that code a fair bit, because I will have the logic figured out then. I know I hit the X button, I know, I just, oh god, the X key. Not the X key. How could you, Baker? How could you hit the X key? Okay. And we want this one to equal U. Huh? So it creates and then it up. Interesting. Okay. So now he's resizing from there. Okay. Well, I don't. Guess we'll give it a tilt-a-whirl. I don't know. We'll see what happens right now. It's probably gonna break right now. I feel like this is not the play right here. Is the create instance. But we'll see. It actually should be the play still. It should still be. Hopefully things work. Oh boy, hopefully things work. Alright. Nice, I got an error. At least I tried to do something. Okay. Create event for... Okay. So... Slider bar sprite not set before reading. I like that so far. Is that this one? Unknown object. Okay, width equals... Okay, so the width is the problem? Remember earlier when I said the whole thing about the sprite thing? Possibly. You remember earlier when I said, you know, why are you making me draw a variable instead of just directly drawing the sprite? You remember when I said that? Okay, it still doesn't want to move. This is just... Old ass code. Old ass code. I was just hoping it would work. Oh, I felt good. Correct my wrist. Wait. Is this like that? Doesn't look like it, but what's it? Nope. Oh, why such a headache? Why such a headache? I wonder. I wonder if there's issues with this end of things. Might take that out. It's just pure curiosity. If clicked equals true. Because he has an if clicked equals true there. So maybe I'm placing it in the wrong location. No. Am I not converting it correctly? Is his guide out of date? Lord, if I know. There's really not enough resources online. For gamemaker at the end of the day. Alright, you know what that means? That's back to screwing around. I want this if clicked equals true. I feel like that is actually gonna help me here. Alright, any of these values I want. let's go ahead and get rid of all this. Let's see what happens here. We're just going to start with the draw, and we're going to work our way forward from there. Okay, where was that error? Draw. Draw event. Slider mob X. Okay, that makes sense. Oh. I don't know if that's gonna work in that regard. What, you don't like that now? Draw sprite. Still don't like that. Wait. What are you complaining about over here? Slider sprite. Oh, it's because they're stupid. I took those things out. Okay. Let's just draw the straight sprites like that, please. I'm gonna make my own system here. I'll figure it out. Okay. One error at a time here, I'm working through. What do you want here? Mob bar X? You still don't like that, do you? You really don't like that, huh? Oh, I made it start, and I didn't change it over here. Okay. And that should give us that in the start now. Mixed them up. Mixed them up. I did it. Hit the button. Hit the X. Realistically, probably could literally just do that. I really don't need the variable. The engine isn't stupid. You can kind of run that, but I think it would probably be a little more efficient. Okay, alright, we're getting somewhere now. I'm gonna do it. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do this instead. I'm just gonna do this instead. Yeah. Oh, copy and paste. We'll have a value in here that actually reads to everything eventually. So that it knows where to pick up. Okay. Alright. So there's one thing too, I don't, if he wants it to start in the middle, you don't have to set up that division thing and all that. Like, you just X, Y, and it's the center thing. Like I said, there's a lot about it that just kind of like, I was like, I don't know about this, but we'll kind of follow it. I didn't really like it. If click true. And then mouse. Probably run something with a mouse position check into. I still think we can do something with the detecting on the left and the right side. From what I was seeing, even with his, it looked like it's remotely possible, and it would be very short code. But for right now, let me just see if I can't get it to. Maybe start with a bar position. Maybe we call it Maybe part of the issue is the GUI that we were having before. Because it was reading positional coordinates of a GUI, but if we read the positional coordinates of the mouse itself, maybe it'll have what it needs to move to. I just thought, I don't know why the hell I didn't think about that earlier. Oh, shit. I'm literally gonna go back and try this. Oh god, I gotta do it. I gotta do it. It might have to be a Y start. I think Y start would probably be wise. Just keep, yeah, Y start it just to guarantee it. Just to guarantee it not moving from that X or from the Y position. Yeah, we'll do a Y start on it. Let's see what happens here. Oh, besides waiting. No? Oh, I could have sworn that would have worked. Where were we drawing this value? Hold on. Okay, that's not updating. Okay. Alright. Come on. is it not updating? But you're just... I want that position to update. Maybe we throw it up there, so it's always updating. Let's do that first. Okay. Okay. First thing is good there now. Now we say if clicked equals true. Right. Why don't you want to do it? Why don't you want to do it? Let me just... let's do the obvious thing first. Let's make sure it, like, this is just working and the fuck up is in the variables. Let's do that first. There we go, see? Okay. 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 We're gonna want to create two different objects here. We're gonna want to create two different objects here for how I want to do this. This is the only logical way to do this. it's going to be shorter code. Okay. Who was that from? You? Undo you? No. What? What are you going on about? Draw event. Mob bar slider. Oh. Hi, stupid. Obviously, if the code's over here, it's gonna need to be here, man. Can you just not be stupid? We're probably gonna get ready for a break here right after. Actually, yeah, we are. Right after we test this one, just a little bit here. Okay. Okay. Why won't it move? If clicked equals true. See, that didn't work in a baseline there. But if we come over here and throw this up there, it should work after we click it. Maybe we have to give it a sprite. Maybe we have to give it a sprite. No, that did work now. See? See, now it's not working. What if I did this? Okay. Not entirely what we wanted. Okay. Well, when we come back, we're gonna continue screwing around with that. We're getting there. We're somewhat figuring it out. I'm gonna keep messing around with things. I'll eventually find the right thing for to detect the right coordinates. I'll find it. Oh, I'll find it. Alright, everybody. We're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we are gonna continue on, like I said. And do remember, I only run ads during my breaks and when I do support streams, so your lurks during those, and accepting of the many various ads that you should probably never click on because YouTube does a terrible job vetting their ads. Does help support the stream, so it is much appreciated. And we'll see you all when I come back from the break. There we go. I'm trying to remember that I gotta start recording these because YouTube Studio doesn't allow me to download in 1080p. I did get some type of acknowledgement that that has been moved up to their team and that they somehow weren't aware of it. I think that's some bullshit because I found reports going back to like 2000 or like 8 years ago. So I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. But yeah, we'll see if things improve. We'll see. One moment. Okay, a little bit better. Let's see here. And that does you there. And you. There. Okay. Okay. I don't know why I keep moving those over. There's literally no purpose to it. You should be able to just copy that whole thing over at one time. Save myself some time. Yeah. Boom, just like that. Okay. Okay. This is generally why I try to figure out the least amount of code needed and just making everything as simple as possible. Is because when I do need to make changes, I want them to be very quick. As quick as they can be. This is why sometimes things that may seem simple will take me a good while to figure out. It's because I'm trying to also think of, if I need to make sweeping changes, what's going to be the problem with the sweeping changes too? How much of a pain are these sweeping changes going to be? Because you never assume that everything's going to always stay the same. Never assume. That is one very surefire way to run into a lot of problems in your code.